Happy Monday. Hi fellas. I'm a little late, sorry. I'm just a little late, sorry. You ever listen to a song and need to listen to the rest of the song, or you know it's gonna get stuck in your head and you know it's gonna haunt you because you need to listen to the rest of the song? That's what just happened. I was like, I know the ad ended, but I have to listen to the rest of this song, or I'm gonna be humming the song the entirety of the way through stream, and I can't live like that, and I can't make all of you live like that either. Absolutely, okay, good. I'm glad you understand. Sorry. Sorry I'm a little late, though. What can you do? But I'm here now, and that's what matters, and we're all here now, and that also is what matters. What was the song? It's a cover. Let's see, can I even tell you what it's a Honeyworks song. It's in Japanese and I can't tell you what the title is. I can't speak Japanese. I can't tell you what it says. I can copy and paste it though. If I am able to do so without accidentally... Oh no, I'm rearranging things. Ah! I can't, because if I click on it, it's gonna put the song back on. Hang on. I'll click on it. Let's see how quickly I can hit the pause button. Perfect. There we go. It shouldn't play. Now it should not play. Please, I'm begging, do not play. This is the song. There we go. That works. I'm gonna close this window just in case it decides it is going to play. There we go. Hi, Astrodite! Can you send the link in the Discord? To the cover? No. I can send you what the title of the song is, though. Juliet, is that what it says? Maybe? That might be what it says. I believe there is something to do with Romeo and Juliet. There's 2 versions of the song, I think, or something like that. I don't know. It looks like people flipping tables. Oh my god, it kind of does. Julieta. Oh wait, what's going on? Why is it? Hang on. Wait. I need you guys to witness something. I need you to witness something. Hang on. I was warned that this is a thing that's happening now, and I'd been wondering what it was about or why it was occurring. Hang on. I've been wondering why this was occurring last week. Why there's something weird happening, and I saw in another person's stream I was watching this happening, and now I know what it is. I know why this is occurring. It's so weird. Hang on. Wait. We gotta go here so you can see. So YouTube is now doing this thing where it's auto-translating stuff. So it auto-translated what I just typed, or what I sent as Giulietta, Julieta, but it's translating Moss Cake saying hi, you know, the English greeting hi, as this. And I was wondering why Moss Cake kept saying this. this. Excuse me, that is the word hi. Are you kidding me? If I highlight my mouse over it, I can see it properly. And for some reason, it's like translating Memority saying thank you, just to saying thank you again? What is happening? Why is it doing this, YouTube? This is very unnecessary. We don't need this under any way, in any way, shape, or form. Let's say this on Wednesday. Oh, God. Auto-translations are annoying. Yeah, can I turn them off? I want to turn them off. Because that is not helpful. At all, even slightly. It's nonsense. It is so goofy and dumb. This. Yeah, that'll become our new greeting now. That'll become our greeting. Also, auto-dubbing now too. They've actually been doing that for a while. It's been slow in its rollout, but they've been doing that for a while. I have it shut off on my channel. I've actually had it shut off for a while. I think somebody brought it up to me last week, and I realized I already had it shut off.
Sup gamers,
Hi, Gary.
It's your favourite boy Gary. And while EG may not want to subject you guys to getting a song stuck in your heads, I for sure can, baby. You light up my world like nobody else. The way that you flip your hair gets me overwhelmed. But when you smile at the ground, it ain't hard to tell you, D. Oh no, oh, you don't know you're beautiful. You don't know you're beautiful. Oh, that's what makes you beautiful.
That's what makes you beautiful. Thank you, Gary. That was beautiful. Hey, Shermates, Gary thinks you're all beautiful. Did you hear that? It's great. I don't know this song. That's okay. It's a One Direction song. What inspired the One Direction song choice, Lance? What inspired that? I mean, Gary. What inspired it, Gary? Yeah, the auto dubbing is not something I'm a fan of. Auto-dubbing screwed over non-English channels because the AI voicing is annoying. Yeah, it's really annoying. It does the AI voiceover on songs that aren't in English either, and it just turns them into nothing but nonsense, essentially. It's so funny to listen to, because I had one, like, I have a bunch of covers bookmarked that I like to listen to, and one of them, which is in Japanese, it, like, auto did that too, and for some reason it was like, yeah, you don't want the original audio, you want the English translated dub that's made by an AI, and it's like people going like, it sounds like, meep, why is it, cow, like, it's just like totally random words because it's doing a terrible job of auto determining, and it's like not matching pitch in any way, shape, or form. It's awful. It's so bad. Bars. No. No, I will not let you say that. I will not let you say that. Why is it Aussie? Gary is Aussie. That's why he's upside down. That's why he's upside down. Hi, Wintry Sage. Welcome in. Aphrodite brought me here. Ah, Aphrodite, a notably green fella. We are doing green Vtuber Design Critiques today. Welcome. Hello. I have a little bit of housekeeping to do before we start, though. I know we're already in this room. I just had to show you this nonsense I was witnessing. It's so embarrassing, Boss Cake. You don't need to be embarrassed at all. No. Wait, hang on. Yeah, Evan saying hi also translated, and then capital H, capital A, lowercase I translated to the number 2. Beautiful, glorious, wonderful. Thank you, YouTube. We definitely needed this. I don't know how to turn it off.
Early background check. The first Vtuber personally quit Vtuber religious community. Not judging and uncertain will they ever come back as a Vtuber. The second Vtuber Twitter doesn't exist. Either true or EG made a mistake. Third Vtuber exists.
Okay, so yes, Gary, these are true things you've said to me. So, the first VTuber quit, I believe, less than a month ago, and may or may not come back to VTubing, so I'm still considering them. They did say in their note about quitting that they may or may not return at some point. They're on kind of an indefinite hiatus, so they're still in here in case they do decide to return, because it's been within the last month. It was recent, so they are within my 1-year removal clause. The second one, I am having this is my stream, this is my override. I get to make the rules, and we are critiquing that design because I think it's so fantastic. I couldn't find the person. I couldn't find the person who did it. I couldn't find them, and I was so sad about it. I couldn't find them. And I hope that I hope they still exist out there somewhere. And I hope that they have just changed their name and therefore I couldn't find them. Be careful if you're reviewing someone's past life. Am I? There's no way for me to know that is what's happening. And if somebody were to be upset with me for reviewing their past life, girl or fella, you're the one who submitted the design to me. It will be okay. I'm not linking it to whatever their current life may be, so it will be fine. I'm just saying on the case of them changing their name, not on the case of them totally changing their design and having a rebrand and going somewhere else entirely. Because that is a thing that happens sometimes. Sometimes people just totally change their name. I've seen it happen. I've gotten very confused about it. Yeah. The past is in the past. Oh, that's Frozen. Oh. Unless I did bad things. Don't think it's good looking at old designs or past lives is bad. When in doubt, eat your past. I'm not eating it. You can't make me. I don't want to. But anyways, yeah. So that is the answer to those 3 fellas. I'm aware of what is going on with them. I'm aware. Thank you though, Rex, for your usual background checking. Or Gary, whoever it was that did a background checking. Gary, I'm glad you could take the time out of your big bad CEO schedule to check up on the fellas we're looking at today. Yeah. Oh, I saw somebody ask earlier, maybe it was you, Hushy, if I had seen the new Tomodachi Life. I have. It looks really cute. Billy's been playing the demo, and I'm jealous. I'm probably gonna watch them play the demo on Wednesday because they got a very cheap, affordable capture card, but still a capture card nonetheless, so that I can maybe survive my FOMO of Tomodachi Life and Pokopia. Now there's 2. The bigger the number gets, the higher the likelihood is I give in and buy a Switch 2 in like 6 months to a year. But it's not happening right now. It ain't happening. It's not in the cards for me right now. I ain't got that kind of cash money right now. No. Tomodachi Life is on Switch 1 though? Oh, is it really? Wait. Is it also on Switch 1? Man, I gotta get in on the demo. Never mind. I'm not buying a Switch 2. I'm gonna play Tomodachi Life on my Switch 1. I know that. Hell yeah. Hang on. I'll have to get that. I do have a Switch 1. I actually haven't turned my Switch on in like... probably like... Actually, I don't even know the last time I turned it on was. Don't know. One fellow was in the YouTube chat? Oh, were they? Oh, Stargummy! Yes, wait, that's my design in the thumbnail, so excited! Stargummy, do you have a new username somewhere? I couldn't find you on Twitch or on Twitter. Thank you, Moske, for putting that out. I didn't see them. Stargummy, do you have a new username in places? I couldn't find you. I'm so glad you're still around. I'm actually so happy to hear that you're still around because your design is a banger. I was going to override and decided to critique it anyway, even if you had stopped being a VTuber. But wahoo, okay. I'll keep an eye out if you have new credit information, because I would love to credit you properly. If you have a new way to credit you that is different than the one that I have currently. But anyways, yeah. Let me close this. Bam. Don't need that. Oops, spoiler. Housekeeping. Sorry, that was loud. Housekeeping before I actually start critiques. Things that are going on this week. Today, Gween, Vtuber Design Critiques, starting in Check's Watch, probably about 5 minutes, if I know myself. Wednesday. Friday. What am I doing Friday? Oh, more of the lamb. More beep of the lamb going on Friday. Tomodachi live stream when? I'm already playing my legally allowed one game at a time. Maybe Tomodachi Life after I defeat the lamb game. I have realized that in the last couple of weeks, I have not done as much character design or art related streaming as I would normally, and I would like to remedy that. I like playing a game, don't get me wrong, I like playing some games. But I like being art focused. I feel like I haven't been art focused. Demand Shroomate Me's, oh god. The demo lets you make what? 3? Me's? I have a feeling that making EG as a me is going to be physically impossible. Character design, ... in Miitopia. Or in Tomodachi, yeah, not Miitopia. Maybe? I guess it is kind of art if I'm making the characters in the demo. We'll see. Maybe next Friday we'll sub out the lamb for Tomodachi, perhaps. But this Friday, lamb. And yes, we're going to finish the lamb game. Unlike Star Rail, I don't think there was ever a future in which I could have, or a world in which I could have finished Honkai Star Rail, because that game is just so incredibly long. And I made very little progress every stream because it was open world. But without the lamb, I see there's an end in sight for it. Not that I'm not enjoying it, but I think it's possible. I think I could get there. Is it hard to draw on the Switch 1 because there isn't the mouse feature? Well, the Switch 1 is a touch screen. I can do a little Fungi drawing, maybe. We'll see. We'll find out. No finishing Star Rail's a live service game. Yeah, it'll never end. We'll never escape it. I say we. I did. I escaped it. I definitely escaped it. It was cool and fun, but it just didn't stick around. Similarly, like Arknights, I played Arknights for like a month and then was like, yeah, and I just kind of like naturally stopped at some point. I think the only gacha game that has had any staying power with me ever, Uma Musume. I still play Uma Musume most days, at least 3 or 4 times a week, and that's it. That's the only one. That's the only one that stuck around. Hang on, I'm getting distracted. Housekeeping. Our next extra credit assignment. I failed. I was supposed to make the thingamabob, the note in the corner for it. But the next extra credit assignment, the one we're doing currently, is we are designing characters that would get a bingo on the bingo that we use on our Monday streams. So, bam. Bingo, that thing we have there. Take that thing right there, and make a bingo happen. When you design a character, you can have 1 bingo, 2 bingos, an H, 4 corners, blackout bingo, whatever you want. But do it. I started mine a little bit last night. I have not had a lot of time. I have barely gotten to do any drawing since I started my new job, and I'm a little sad about it. Oh, what is this nonsense? YouTube is making everything worse. It has now made my pinned comment at the bottom. Why would I want that? Why would I want it at the bottom? Now it just looks like a chat message. Why would I want that? YouTube, you gotta stop this. YouTube is constantly breaking things that did not need breaking. They're changing things that were not broken. Stop. Stop doing it. Take your hands off the keyboard, YouTube devs. Knock it off. We want so many things from you, and you do none of them. You only give us weird changes that don't help anyone. Please, I'm begging you, Mr. YouTube. Please, don't do this to me. Please. But yeah, extra credit. It's due in like 2 weeks, I think. Something like that, perhaps. I think. I'm definitely running into the problem nowadays where like I just don't stream enough days a week to do all the things I want to do. Because a Friday spent doing a showcase stream is a Friday not spent playing the Of the Lamb game. And if next week we do Tomodachi, then the following week I think is potentially the showcase stream, and then we'd have to wait 2 weeks before we get back to Of the Lamb, and then I forget how to play it probably by that point and not remember where we are. God, it's so difficult. It's so difficult. Scheduling is so hard. I'd be surprised if it wasn't even a human who changed it. I think you're giving too much credit to the AI. I don't think they can do that. I think YouTube's infrastructure is so complicated that they would just destroy things trying to make that edit. I don't think that would work. Darn. No, it's a real person who did it, which is frustrating still. Please don't do an ad right now. I would like to continue my housekeeping. Actually, was there anything else? That actually may have been the end of the housekeeping for today. Oh, I didn't actually tell you what I'm doing Wednesday. Ripping the Band-Aid off. That's what we're doing on Wednesday. That's what we're doing on Wednesday. Ripping the Band-Aid off. Some of you have seen my face a little bit. You've seen my eyeballs, I think. We'll see more. That's what I'll say. Fair, but the CEO of YouTube being all in on AI makes you feel that way. Also, fair. Skim through your last VOD. Oh, my last VOD, which is broken, and for some reason thinks that I was live for like 7 hours or something. Immersion! Oh no, my immersion! Sorry. Hey, you guys are able to like rip my hair off and send me into the ceiling and do a whole bunch of funny things. We don't have that much immersion here. Anyways, you can't fool us. I'm trying to fool you. About what? YouTube? I don't know what I'm trying to fool you about. Anyways, I think that's actually all of the housekeeping. Curse you and your cryptic emoji. I like my emojis. They're fun. They're fun. They're fun. Anyways, I can get us started for critiques because I wanted to be a little more focused today. I feel like we haven't been doing a good job of getting through the critiques, or as many of them as I would like. We've definitely slowed our pace down a lot since I started doing them, and it makes me a little sad. I need to be a little more efficient. I gotta lock in a little bit more, so I'm gonna lock in a little more. 80's just a 7-inch tall shroom IRL, it's all good. Yeah, no, don't worry. I am just a 5-centimeter tall mushroom in real life. You don't have to worry about it. It'll be okay. Don't worry, don't worry, don't worry. You gotta trust and believe. But before I totally get started, let's take roll first. Who's here for class today? Who's here for class? EG looks exactly like EG IRL. That's true. Hoshi saw me. Hoshi's seen what I look like. Hoshi can confirm, as can, I think, Amber and Edward and a couple other fellows too, yeah. Oh, you can confirm. I look exactly the same. The likeness is uncanny. Right down to the fact that I've got super duper uber red cheeks, giant earrings, and I'm a little slimy. They can confirm all these things. Amber says indubitably. See? You gotta trust that. Amber would never lie to you. Who's here for class today? Friendly Guy, Wire, Mad Buns, Edward, Magnus, Jarl Odin, Miraku, Undead Diver, Grimoire Guest Book, Echo, how do you say the first part of your name? Is it Mill Echo? Meal Echo? Luanson, Lance, Nilo, Corey, Amber, March Rabbit, Rolina, Chili, Saniza, Manzana, Chocorama, Diafiora, Jazzy, Karma, Seasonal Sage, Rex, Vixen, Yorkie Atome, Aerith, Alsu, Crywool, Bast, Emerald. Hi. Yeah, my little doll was a little slimy when they handed it back. Sorry, I can't help it. If my hair drips on things, it's not good. Just imagining a little EG working with huge printing machines, a little EG operating a whole laser. Maybe 2 or 3 lasers even. Lots of lasers. All VTubers with thin coating of slime IRL, it's common knowledge. Wait, is it? I'll tell you a secret. I've met my shroommates. I've never met another VTuber IRL. Despite the fact that I think I live very close to a couple of VTubers, I've never actually met any of them in real life. I know that there's a number of us who live on the same coast, or who live within maybe even an hour or 2 of each other. And there's a VTuber who, when I debuted before I moved to where I live now, there was a VTuber who I think lived 15 minutes away from me, and we didn't know that until after I moved, but I have never met another VTuber in person. I mean, Amber is a VTuber, but Amber I know as being my mod also. Aren't most of the showmates VTubers? Kind of. Yes, you could be pedantic about that, yes. But I know you guys as I know Amber is my mod, and I know you guys as shroommates. So there's people who if I haven't met people that I met as VTubers. Do you know what I mean? Apart from the one you taught. That person isn't really a VTuber. They're sort of tangentially related to VTubing. They do commission work for VTubers, I think, mostly. We're different, Lamau. Well, you're different because, I witness you often. But, granted, I don't really talk to that many VTubers either, but, I don't really... Actually, maybe it's the same. I would say I know you guys about as well as I know most VTubers. So never mind, statement comes down, I'll redact it. I've met VTubers. I've met Amber, and I've met Hoshi. Edward does, I guess. Edward, do you qualify as a VTuber now? I think you do, right? Kind of, maybe. Maybe undebuted, but VTuber, yes. Was Star also? Who? Everybody else? Not yet. I mean, you will eventually. V-Shroom State, yeah. VTubers don't exist in our modal realm. They hide in our Wi-Fi like Miku. That's true. Maybe that's why I've never met them. Close enough. Yeah, Edward, close enough. Close enough. Close enough. Anyways, I accidentally got off topic there. I got off topic. I wasn't supposed to. What was I trying to talk about? Why did I start talking about meeting VTubers? Hiding in your Wi-Fi. Processing, thinking, processing. Did I finish my... Let me check. Did I finish what I was supposed to tell all of you to start stream? Let me check my announcement for today. I begged for nice weather. Oh, just the usual thing, I should say, which is Shroom Stage Minecraft server open tomorrow and Thursday. The current ruling about when it is open is that it opens at 8 a.m. EST and closes at or after 6:30 p.m. EST. It closes whenever I remember to close it, because I seem to be forgetting to close it often. So you guys just get bonus time in there if you forever, however long it takes me to remember that I should close the server. Yeah. Scared of meeting VTubers IRL because I don't know how other people will react to someone if they look different than their model. I think among VTubers, it is assumed that we don't look like our model. I believe that is the assumption. So I think with meeting fans, maybe it's a harder difference. Ignore the hand gesture I've just done. Maybe meeting fans, it's a little bit more different because they tend to associate you with looking like your model. But I think among VTubers, we tend to expect each other to not look like the model because we don't look like the model. We tend to be kind of understanding of that. Also because we're not parasocially attached to each other usually, in the same way that sometimes fans can be parasocially attached to you the way that you look in a particular manner. And also VTubers who lean more into appearing like they are romantically available, we'll put it that way, may also have more trouble with that. But I don't think I would have issue with that. I don't think you guys were disturbed to meet me and see what I look like. People are very surprised to learn that Miss Lala looks like her model. Miss Lala based her design partially on herself, which is why that is occurring. The same way that there's a couple other VTubers who have done that. I don't think it's nice of me to say who they are, but like, I know there's a couple others who have done that. Yeah. Oh no, I'm not a Barbie-sized pixie with gravity-defying personalities. Oh, Riku. How could you lie to us and deceive us with your terrible visage on the internet? How dare you lie to me on the internet, the place where people are well known for only telling the truth. I believed you, I trusted you. The partner experience VTubers, yeah. Yeah. It ain't me. Nope. Depends on what situation you meet them on the street or at a con or place you intend to meet people. That's true. Potato Master also based her design on her IRL self too. Really? I didn't know that one. Okay. Interesting. Intriguing. Okay, I see. I see. I agree. Just an insecurity on what if I'm not as big in body size as my VTuber. What if my chest isn't huge? Don't worry about it, Rex. I understand that it is an insecurity, and VTubing for a lot of us does allow us to sort of take on the form we would wish that we could have as a person. Do I wish I was a mushroom? Sure. It allows us to take on sort of an idealized form that we can't do otherwise, that we can't have otherwise in our real life. It's similar to how VR chat is, where people get to exist sort of the way that they wish they could. Part of this is part of my thesis for grad school. But, yeah. What? VTubers aren't all unrealistically bouncy and possible? Well, some of them are. Just not all of them, I'll tell you that. Zed, my son, and based on myself, I'm actually dead IRL. Undead Diver speaks to us from beyond the grave. Whoa. You really think someone would do that? Go on the internet and tell lies? That's what I was probably thinking of as a quote, yeah. Never would they do that, especially not to me. None of you would lie to me. No, couldn't possibly be. No way, no how, no. Impossible beauty standard of being a mushroom. I know, it's impossible. I'll never achieve this in real life, and so therefore I'll always be at least a little sad. Oh, what can you do? Role-playing as a character is fun too. No, that's true also. That is also true. That is also true. But anyways, I guess these are all tangentially sentences that relate to what we're doing today, which is VTuber design critiquing. We're talking about VTuber designs. We're not off topic. Legally, I am within the realm of the topic I should be inside of. I am in the nebulous gaseous cloud known as VTuber design conversation. I'll always be little. I'm not little. I'm not that little. I'm little. I am short. I can't even say. Edu is bouncy at Otakon. I would say personality-wise, I am pretty bouncy. I do have a lot of energy, often, sometimes, and I think I did at Otakon. I was very excited. I think I was also just, burning off stress. I think you all met me after my, panel I gave, and I was burning off stress. Yeah. Totally on topic. Yeah, totally, completely, and in every way, shape, and form on topic. So, to continue being on topic, let's do VTuber design critiques today. Today we are critiquing Gween, fellas. Gween. We're green with envy today, perhaps, of these beautiful, glorious, magnificent VTuber designs. So, in order to provide critique to these VTubers that is as unbiased as possible and is as objective as possible. Man, I'm tongue-tying myself with the number of as I'm trying to say. We have this rubric that we use because I'm a teacher. So in true teacher fashion, rubric, where each design can get up to a maximum of 10 points, ignoring the bonus points. 2 points in each of 5 categories. Those categories are color palette, silhouette, complexity versus clarity, focal point, and concept and motifs. Our rubric here is joined this week by a rubric-chan designed by Undead Diver, who is a Kajinka of what this rubric would look like if they were a real person. Oh, hi, Astrodoidy. Gween VTubers, who me? Who little old you? You are a Gween VTuber. You are also a non-human VTuber, too. Also, thank you for the bits. I appreciate it. Yes, Green. We are excited for Green. I think we've only done one green themed critique prior to this week. Correct me if I'm wrong. We may have done 2, but I think we only did 1. Green is not as common of a color choice, it seems like, as others are. So hey, VTubers, if you need a color, maybe try green. Try green on. Maybe try green. We've actually never done an orange themed stream either, because I don't think we've had enough orange fellas ever. So maybe try green or orange. Blue, pink, red, purple. We see those kind of commonly, but not so much green or orange or gold. That's why I'm green, because I'm not like other girls. Sorry, I read that in an editorialized voice, but I figured that's what the acting would have been for that. What is the most common color? Blue or pink or purple. Right now they're kind of at a tie, I would say. Still waiting for yellow. I still don't have enough fellas for yellow. The folder hasn't filled, unfortunately. So we'll wait. If you are a yellow or gold VTuber, submit your design. I'm begging you, please help me. The bi trio of colors. Hey, this just in, VTubers are mostly bisexuals. That's what they're telling us. That's what they're trying to tell us in their color palettes. Mostly bisexual. Anyways, you can get 2 points in each of 5 categories. To get full points for your color palette, the palette should be cohesive and interesting, the contrast should work at a distance, color placements should support the focal point, and there should be a strong color hierarchy present. You will get no points for color palette if the palette has major instances of low contrast, clashing, or overwhelming choices. Yep. Hues and values should be completely revisited. To get full points for silhouette. The silhouette should be unique and easily identifiable in and of itself. So true, EG. Hashtag so true. There should be a strong visual weight, positive versus negative splice interplay. Wow, I'm adding letters everywhere. Negative splice? What's that? Positive versus negative space interplay and contrasting shape language. I gotta slow down. Maybe I'm reading too fast. My mouth is not keeping up with my brain. Mostly just my tongue is just failing right now. We got this. You get no points for silhouette if the silhouette is non-distinct, blob-like, exhibits ladder design, or otherwise is in need of much more definition. Wow, it's almost like I don't read this at least once a week, if not twice a week, every week, and I've been doing that for the last 2 years. The way I'm getting tongue-tied today. Crazy. Although I feel like I get tongue-tied not infrequently. 4, complexity versus clarity. To get full points, the level of detail should be appropriate to the design. Detail should be specific and support both the concept and the focal point, and I should be able to turn you into a cute little marketable plushie without removing a lot of elements that make you identifiably you. You will get no points for complexity versus clarity if the design is distractingly complex or too simple to the point of genericness. If I cannot turn you into a marketable plushie, because what's even the point? Why be a VTuber if you're not going to be a plushie someday? Come on. Come on, be realistic. 4, focal point. In order to get full points, the primary focal point should be well executed. The viewer should be drawn to look at the face first, and then should visually explore the rest of the design. You will get no points if the primary focal point is not at all focal due to low contrast, over/under detailing, or being completely outcompeted by other elements. And finally, for concept and motifs, to get full points, the concept should be clearly, creatively, and thoroughly explored and supported by motifs. Key conceptual aspects should be able to be identified visually. This includes things like your personality, your species if you're an animal, what fashion sense you're using, or if there's any cultural aspects coming in, what your occupation is, things like that. You will get no points for concept if the concept is visually unclear, underdeveloped, or non-existent, if the motifs do not support the concept or are over/under executed. Finally, you can get up to 3 bonus points. We don't give them out all that often, especially these 2, but you can get 3. You can get a bonus point for having a compelling, unique, or otherwise well-executed concept. You can have a bonus point for having a unique, exciting art style. Or you can get a bonus point because I like it. I can just put you on the fridge if I enjoy it. Favorite category is the concept. I feel like there's so much untapped opportunity. This is the category that I beg and plead and spend most of my consultations harping on, which is that a lot of VTubers who come to me for critique don't have a very concrete concept, or if they do, I can't tell what it is from looking at them, and it could be clarified to great effect. Because I feel like this is such a strong category for making your branding recognizable. This is how you do it. As much as your colors and your silhouette and other things can do it, this is how you find creative ways of making yourself memorable. You gotta do it. My brand! Yeah. Focal point isn't the pinky finger. Struggle is categorical because my theme is a specific vibe. There's a way to make anything possible, I would say. There's a way to make any concept visible. You just have to be okay with whatever that is. Sometimes you just have to lean more or less into certain elements to clarify it, perhaps. Awarded no points and may God have mercy on your soul. Maybe. What if I just spam character designs just for the sake of the color yellow? No, don't do that. Don't spam them. But if you are a yellow or gold VTuber, you can submit. That would be what you should do. Should put in for a new review. Sure, if you want to, Picto Shaman, you can if you would like. If you want to. Matara is such a great example because she's a cockroach. Yeah, we can tell Matara is a cockroach. We can tell that pretty clearly. She mimics the wings of cockroaches. She literally has cockroach limbs. It's fantastic. I love how much she leaned into it because that is a concept that I feel like not many would go with. It's not necessarily an obvious choice, perhaps, as far as like appeal goes as I wink at you. But her design is so cool. It's so fantastic how much they leaned into it and how inhuman they made her. I love that they were like, all right, fully removing your limbs, replacing them with cockroach limbs. Your hair is going to be reminiscent of cockroach wings. It's great. It's cool. How does one choose a cockroach as a design? I don't know. How does one choose an inky cat mushroom as a design? It's something that you feel related to in some way, or that you think has fun shapes, or could be used to a cool effect. Yeah. Yeah. Her silhouette's iconic. This is true. Iconic. Exactly. I'm an ant. Yeah, Amber's doing a similar thing. How do you decide to be an ant? You enjoy an ant, maybe. You just like a bug, perhaps. Yeah. Yeah, Gaby's a worm. Yeah, you can be whatever you want to be, even if it's a worm. We'd still love you if you were a worm. But yeah, don't be afraid to pick something out there if you're trying to pick a concept. Anyways, we're kind of diverting again. I also didn't generate a bingo card for myself. Can we start with EG gets entirely off topic? Because I think I did kind of start that way anyway. I was like, I'm going to be focused. We're going to start the critiques very early today because it's only going to take me 5 minutes to get through the rubric. I should know better. Who would I be if it didn't take me 45 minutes into stream to get to the actual thing we're supposed to be doing? Who would I be? I'd be a fraud and a liar, and I think you'd all be concerned that I'd been replaced with someone else. I didn't even get that. I didn't even get the EG as off topic as an option on my bingo. Come on. What can you do? That's not EG. Yeah, no, that's not EG. If someone shows up here and for some reason starts stream and immediately gets to the critiques within like 10 minutes, it ain't EG. Be very concerned, maybe. Not EG stream without the mandatory off-topic hour-long yapathon. I can't help it. I can't help it. I have so much to say. I'm such a little guy and I have so much to say that I can't keep it all in. It has to explode forth from my mouth. I can't keep it in. I'm too little for that. My lungs are only so large because that's where the words are stored, of course, in the lungs. I know how anatomy works. This is Sierra. Her pronouns are she/her, and she can be found at frogpollenyt. The details that have been provided here are that my theme is frogs, hopefully that's obvious, but I also wanted to include motifs of Lily of the Valley because they mean a lot to me. My character is a fairy. You're a frog? You're a frog. Really? Interesting. Oh, Glitchmoth, thank you for following. I appreciate it. A swamp fairy. Yeah, I thought you were a swamp fairy. I can see, I mean, the lily pad would point us in that direction, but I'm not sure you have any elements about you that are inherently frog-like. Like these little things down here that resemble fins, I would associate more closely with, oh, Joby's here. Check the tongue?
Check the tongue.
What does that mean?
Frog.
Oh. Did you hear me talking about this and burst into the room? We can't check the tongue. There is no tongue. Joby, say hi.
Hi.
I don't know if they could hear you. Ring the Joby alarm. Hey, you know how to ring the Joby alarm. That's not the Joby alarm. There's a different symbol you should use for that. Green is frog-like, I guess. I guess so. But Joby, would you guess that this fella is a frog?
Make her green.
Okay, I guess that could be an option.
Green and more green.
I mean, there's a lot of green in the design already.
She's an elf.
She is a frog-themed fairy with also motifs of Lily the Valley, which is the other interesting thing. I'm not really getting Lily the Valley either. I know what Lily the Valley is. That's my favorite flower.
What is it? These drippy things up the
No, because I
skirt?
think these are wings down here, perhaps. Frog adjacent. Yeah, maybe.
Frogs don't got wings.
They're a fairy. They're a
Oh.
frog-themed fairy, perhaps. They're saying hi, Joby.
Hey.
That's a different bell. Where is our Joby Slay emote? That's the one I was speaking of. You're using a Selma emote. Where is my Joby emote? Hang on. This is what I was talking about. Where's my Joby emote?
Yeah, now we're talking.
Maybe she means water lily? Maybe. I would see... I could see water lily being more involved. I think the little flowers in the hair are probably Lily the Valley flowers from the way that they're shaped,
Yeah.
mayhaps. But they're very small, so if that's something that's important to you, we may want to make them bigger or make them just a larger part of the design overall.
The design is sick. I just don't see frog. Frogs are very round and flat.
Yeah.
So is there a way you could maybe grab this model in your
I've grabbed it. It's grabbed.
Can you grab it and then just condense it and flatten it out real quick?
Okay, yep.
Let me see
Joby,
that.
I really should let you do critiques someday.
Yeah, let me see that thing just squat, like just condense it. Yeah, now we're talking.
Is this more frog-like for you, Joby?
Now we're talking. Now really, is there a way that you could maybe distort it to be even rounder?
Okay. Do you mean I could go like
Yep.
I can go like this?
Let's bullfrog that thing out. Now we're talking.
Hey, I'm not incredibly off topic. This is Joby who's doing this to us. There we go. Round legs.
Okay. Now we've gone.
Round out your head.
Frog.
Narrow this in and shorten that in. Yeah, is that good?
Frog.
Is this more frog-like, Joby? Have I succeeded?
I think it can be even flatter. And maybe put her in some mud.
We're just being mean, I feel like. At this point.
No. I'm trying to figure out.
That's mud,
Is that mud?
in case you were wondering.
No. I mean, in terms of. Here's the thing. What if she? I think the point of okay, get rid of all this. I think it comes down to the language where it's like she's just the fairy of the pond where she contains all the frogs, and then maybe look it down there on the bottom part. She has a little what's it, Madoka? She got a little friend.
Madoka. She's got a little mascot
She
character.
got a mascot, so maybe that's like her Navi, like who the frog whispers in her ear.
Sure, yeah, frog friend. Honestly, having a frog friend perched on the hat might be good,
Ooh,
just in general. But I think this is also feeling more frog-like to me because the eyes are bigger, and we tend to associate frogs with having real big eyes.
Now you're talking.
So I wonder if that might help too, if your eye shape was more rounded. Your eyes are very sharp, which I know is something people tend to do for fae, but I wonder if rounding your eyes out might help a little bit. Put the frog on the lily pad hat. Okay, hang on. I will just copy-paste him.
Now we're talking.
Yes, we are talking. Now we're cooking with gas? I think. How does that phrase go?
Yeah. I didn't know we were talking either.
Looks at Joby for confirmation.
Yep. Look at that. Wow. That looks perfect up there.
I'll probably make him a little smaller. He's a little big right now. Like that, maybe. Would be good.
Yes. Yeah.
Here, wait. I can clean him up just a little bit. But yeah, honestly, I feel like this would help. Hearing the faint, now we're talking. Yeah, I don't know how loud Joby is for all of you. Can you guys hear Joby clearly?
You have about 50 seconds before this ad break, so do this real quick. I need you to pull up a reference.
Pull up a reference?
Yep. About 45 seconds.
What do you need a reference for?
So look up
Google.
Naruto Toad Sage.
Okay. Naruto Toad Sage.
Now, you have to just copy those eyes over. Now we're talking.
Oh, you know what? Horizontal pupils do feel, I mean, they're kind of goat-like, but what do frog eyes look like? Everybody's saying no. I don't know anything about this toad. I don't know why you're all saying no. Is this it?
Very epic. Very epic. No.
Chubby's probably muffled because they're far away from the mic. My mic sounds better when you're real close to it.
I meant Naruto as in just when he has the
Oh,
eyeballs.
you wanted Naruto.
Naruto eyeballs.
Is this it?
Yeah.
Don't save that. Those feel like goat eyes, though, with the horizontal pupils.
What do frogs have? Thought I
Lots of love in their hearts.
That's
Elaborate.
This is what's been messing me up, is I don't know what frogs look like. Yep, see?
Oh, they do have sort of horizontal pupils.
Yeah.
Interestingly, yeah, they have a variation of pupil.
Wow, look at that thing.
I don't like that. that's kind of concerning to me. But they do have horizontal pupils. Although yeah, look at that. Look how
Now
quaint
we're
this fella
talking.
is.
I love that guy.
Me and my aphantasia could never. This is why we're looking up references right now. Yeah, frogs do have horizontal pupils sometimes, it seems like. Maybe one of the critiques we could make here is clarifying what type of frog we're aiming for in the theming. Are you a tree frog? I'm seeing the lily pads, which makes me think not a tree frog, but are you an American frog? Bye, Joby. Bye. Joby's just receding into the background. Do a round horizontal pupil instead of a flat one. Perhaps. Closer kind of shiny like frog skin. Mayhaps. Maybe. The design reminds me of someone. Squeiji, have you seen Kaomi? They're a frog flower mixed VTuber. Interesting. I am unfamiliar. But pick a frog. Picking a frog species may help. And if you did have like slightly rounded horizontal pupils, that may also lean into your sort of like otherworldly fae aspect. So I'm just gonna take your people you have now and make it horizontal and make it a little bit bigger. Because I think not making it super black will also help you to not look like you are a goat. I'm sure you are the greatest of all time, but this might be a little bit of an interesting hint. It doesn't read super clearly. You could probably make it a little bit clearer that that's happening. But if you're in like VTuber view, if you're like the size that I am right now, it might be visible. Instead of a typical butterfly pattern on the wings, make them frog feet that have morphed into wings. Ooh, like webbing? Because this is already kind of frog toe shaped. Hang on, I'm picking up what you're putting down. These are some good ideas. Where like you could have, you know, this is the webbing coming through here, perhaps. And then this is like the toe, if we round it out a little bit more. And then you could have another one. Another one. I wonder how clearly this will read. Is this the... yeah, there we go. We could put that there, perhaps. Like, the webbing is sort of like... I'll arc it afterwards, but like... Hang on. Merge that down. Like this, almost. That's not the color I selected, I swear to you. Hola, Mini! And Lady Ace, hi, I see you. When I think of a frog VTuber, I think of Froggy Loach. Froggy Loach, I think, is meant to be a frog. I'm not sure that this person is a frog. They may be, like, frog-themed, but I'm not sure the creature they're trying to emulate is a frog. I think that they themselves are fae, and then they have frog theming on top of being a fae. So something like this might read like a frog foot a little bit. If I had like another one, if I arced it a little bit more, like this maybe. That could be interesting. Might make like this toe a little bit shorter. Because the way that they're textured can still make them look like they are wings, perhaps. But then it can also be frog toe-like, maybe. Pretty sure it said lock, like, oh, like lake? What is? Oh, froggy lock? Oh, that would make sense. Live suggestion. Do you have a suggestion also? What are we working on? We are doing Vtuber Design Critiques right now. We are critiquing a fella who is a fae, who is frog themed, perhaps. Also, this is not, I don't know if this is a serious suggestion. Is this that little desert frog that screams? I don't think these guys interact with lily pads, but they are very fun looking. European tree frog, maybe, maybe. But I do think that, yes, picking a species of frog would help guide the design. Get rid of all this stuff here. There we go. Making this more frog foot-like could help. Having the frog positioned on you may also help. Crazy as this may sound, also, hang on, let me hide the frog for a second. Did I have something else in there? I don't think I did. Crazy as this may sound, I know you have your buns down here. What if you had higher buns that we can see out the top of your head? Like back here. I don't know what layer I'm drawing on right now. I'm drawing on something and it's not the right layer. But if you had buns that were maybe coming through your hat, they may remind us of frog eyes, because we tend to think of frog eyes as sort of standing up on top of the head a little bit. Could have a tadpole tattoo. That could also be interesting. I agree. Let me move this over just like a little bit. And then like here's the other one over here, something. And then especially if you have like one of your little floral bits like you have down there, you could put that in like the center of it. And maybe these will feel a little bit like eyes, which could be interesting, although it feels a little bug-like the way I've done it. What if her fingers were webbed with the material of the wing/skirt? That could be interesting also. I don't know if I can draw that very well here right now because they're on top of each other, but yeah, that could be an interesting angle. Although the glove may not totally make sense if we do that. The glove may have to be pushed back to like one of these style of gloves where it cuts off like at the thumb essentially, just to have it function properly. There we go. But that could be an interesting move as well, perhaps. EG, why don't you have all the critiques in one Clip Studio file in layers instead of multiple open at once? Then you can make layer folders and be organized. Because the file would get too big, and because everyone's designs are so different in scale that it just wouldn't work very well. It just wouldn't work very well. I'm somewhat organized in my layers. It's just sometimes I have things, when I duplicate a layer, it names it, and then I don't remember to rename it sometimes. This almost is becoming like an entire frog mouth, which is kind of funny. It looks like a bug that is eating their head a little bit. From what I found, I don't know if the missionary aspect is important to their concept. It seems like it's important to their content, but I don't know if it's something that is a part of their concept for their design. Which, those are two things that can benefit from being sort of married together, but they don't have to be. You don't have to have your concept and your concept and your content be aligned. It can be beneficial to do that, but you don't have to, especially if you have interests that are maybe not aligned, or if you want to depict yourself a certain way. It can be fine. But yeah, frog angle. We could use to make the frog angle maybe a little bit clearer, because I don't know if I would have picked that up. Lily of the Valley. If you're talking about lilies in general, I can see the lily on your hat. That makes sense. And I can see little florals throughout. But Lily of the Valley has a very particular shape. They're often called white coral bells because they look like little bells. I'm having deja vu because I think my stream crashed once when I tried to Google Lily of the Valley. This is what they look like. You can see why they're called... Oh, I actually didn't copy it. Hang on, try again. There we go. You can see why they're called coral bells. So I think you have shapes like this in your hair right now, and they're gold colored. They're pretty little though. The little ones that are sort of in here. Maybe they're earrings? I'm not quite certain what they are. But because they're gold, because they're little, they don't seem to be all that large of a part of the design. If you want something that feels like Lily of the Valley, your hair's already sort of balled up in a way where you could use the hair ties to sort of cinch things in so that your hair pieces get like a shape that gives that sort of like Lily of the Valley shape, like this at the bottom. Wow, my computer is lagging. What's happening? Did I get the giant, ginormous mega image of Lily of the Valley that breaks computers, perhaps? Yeah, make the buns shaped like them. You can make the little bits here, you just, I think, need to make like this bottom edge thicker maybe? But then if these read as bells, that may help a little bit. What if Lily of the Valley beads? Could also be an option if you wanted these to read like beads also.
Oh.
Another notable thing about Lily of the Valley is that it grows on these like long, thin, spindly stems that arc down at the end. So you could use that somewhere in like your pattern work you have here, where like you've got little things that sort of feel like vines going down like this, but like you could have just like subtly Lily of the Valley patterns in your clothing. Although Lily of the Valley, I think, all cascade sort of in the same direction. But you could do something like that. The button on the overalls. Yeah, the button on the overalls could be an opportunity to make Lily of the Valley. You've got a butterfly icon on your belt, which I think is relating to the butterfly elements we're seeing elsewhere. But I don't know if we need that. We can tell you're a fae. We can see that you have butterfly wings down here. And you have a similar texture on the inside of your lily pad bucket hat. So you could swap this butterfly out for something else. Frog belly shirt. What do you mean by that, Rex? What is a frog belly shirt? What is a frog belly shirt? I am unfamiliar. The wings down here feel a little bit axolotl-like. I wonder if there might be something you could do with them that made them feel more butterfly-like. Although I guess this is getting you into the realm of amphibians at least. A shirt designed after the underside of a frog. I don't know what the underside of a frog looks like off the top of my head, so I'm not certain what you're referencing with that. But if that is an idea that makes sense, you could do it. Stream froze for me for a while when we looked at Lily of the Valley. I thought stream crashed for a minute. No! 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 No, they can't do this to me. This is what happened the last time I think I tried to Google Lily of the Valley. Or was that bluebells? Bell-shaped flowers? Evil. Maybe we could have tadpole things. We could also, yeah. Tadpole. Maybe a tadpole-shaped belt buckle instead of a butterfly-shaped belt buckle might work. Wee, 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 wee. Miraculous and Lamia, hi. Hello. I'm trying to be better about saying hi when people redeem that they are here for class after I've already started. But like, you could have your little like tadpole thing here, and then he's got his little like squiggly tail. And then maybe you could use something that's like the wings or something to be the sort of like transparent part of a tadpole's tail. You know? Like, I think that kind of reads like a tadpole, right? Maybe, maybe, maybe. Wings look like honey to me. Interesting. Sent live suggestion with the spots. Thank you, Rex. Oh, like mimicking, you mean like mimicking like the texture of a frog. Because like here, if we look at this, frog skin does end up with these like little like circular areas, perhaps? That could be interesting just for a texture somewhere, maybe. But yeah, I think generally the things we're recognizing about this design is that two of the main things that you gave me about your theme aren't necessarily coming through to us as a viewer. The frog angle, you know, we've got some elements that are bog-like, so we're at least thinking the right direction as frogs, but I don't know if I would have gotten two frogs from that. Secondarily, Lily the Valley. If that is in fact the Lily that you want, there may be things you could do to make that clearer. I was wondering if there might be a fun way you could make your antennas look like Lily the Valley. If I like make this really thin, you could have like the little like drooping floral things on it where like, you know, they're like kind of like leaning. And then you get your little like bells that are hanging. This pen is so small. And then they're a part of your silhouette, and then we get that sort of drooping shape. And that combination may be enough to get us thinking in that direction. Top of antennas could also be tadpoles. Maybe, I feel like that might be an almost like an odd place to see something like that though. Where that feels like this person is almost transforming into the tadpoles in some way. But like this could be a cute antenna design, maybe. Does she have a staff at all? If so, the Lily Valley could work really well for that. She does have a staff. Or maybe this is a sword? But yeah, there could be some way we could use the Lily of the Valley here as well, where like, you know, the pommel could be shaped like a flower. Or you could have like the Lily of the Valley thingamabobs that go like this off of here somewhere, or off of here somewhere. There's a lot of locations where we could place it. But yeah, finding an interesting place to add more Lily of the Valley might be nice. Hi, Nibari and Art Fun and Kaneko and Selma. I like the eyes on the chibi. I do too. I think this chibi is reading more frog-like to me because the eyes are lower on the head, the eyes are much bigger, the face is much rounder. And I think that's helping. So a little bit of reproportioning of the face may help. I think your eyes are also above the center line of your head, which just makes your head feel a little bit strange in proportion to me. So you may want to like go like that. Your eyes also feel like they maybe are a little bit far apart. There's something going on in your head proportioning. I don't want to make your head smaller accidentally though. Oh yeah, wait, that helped. That helped. Although funny enough, you are a little bit frog-eyed with the fact that your eyes almost felt like they were looking in different directions. Your eyes, I think, were just a little too far apart before. And a little too high on your head. I think you still read as Faye, though, having modified that a little bit. Does a sword have a sheath? I don't think it does, but I'm sure you could design some sort of interesting butterfly or lily pad or some other themed sheath for it. Fun fact, there's frog species that lay their eggs above the water so that when the tadpoles hatch, they collect in small water puddles on leaves and then they drop into the water a little more grown. Ah, so does that keep them safer from predators, mayhaps? Oh, clever frogs, clever. Okay, so we were talking about concept. I do think we need to clarify concept a little more.
Hello, this is Gary, and this is my best impression of a frog. Wibbit, wibbit, croak, wibbit. Give me concrete for the 100 tense acting.
Gary, that was so cute. What do you mean, wibbit, wibbit? Gary, you're so cute. I'll give you, I won't give you concrete, but I'll give you all the fish crackers you could ever want. I'll even give you a little candy, because I know you like that too, even though you don't want to admit it. Wibbit, wibbit. Oh, he's so cute. Concept and motifs. I see the Fae angle very clearly, but I think we definitely need to clarify the other two parts of the design with the Lily of the Valley and the frog influence. For color palette, I think the color palette is lovely. Green with some yellow and orange and brown. We have sort of an analogous color palette going on here. It feels very earthy, which makes sense for a Fae. I don't really have any issues with clarity. I can read sort of all the edges of elements against each other without issue, especially in the chibi version. I think the chibi version is truly showing us that this design does work well, pared down, and is recognizable as well. That's getting into silhouette and detail, but for color, everything reads more or less okay to me, other than maybe the earrings, but that's more so a scale thing. I think the scale of them could be larger. I think the frog and egg and tadpole aspect is very weird. It's hinting at a fertility concept in a design that's just a frog fairy. I don't think we need to do, we're doing eggs anywhere. We can have, the tadpole is just because it relates to frogs as a part of their life. I don't think we're getting so far into that concept that it would come across that way to a viewer, though. Ted, I need you to know that YouTube has auto-translated you going, "Kettle, kettle," you know, the frog noise, the noise frogs make. And it has translated it to say annoying, annoying. Can you guys see the translating that's happening? Can you guys see it? Because it's not showing up in my overlay. The overlay is putting what the words actually are in, but it's YouTube is translating. And it's being mean. YouTube's making Ted bully me. You called me annoying. How could you? That's evil. That's truly evil. If I didn't mouse over that, I'd be like, what do you mean, Ked? Me? Annoying? Never. What the hell? We didn't ask for this. Ah. Bad YouTube. Bad and evil YouTube. Color. Totally fine. Don't really have any issues with it. Silhouette. I can do a silhouette test on here. Let me figure out how I want to toggle off all of my random things I did. I'm gonna stick them in a folder, I think. There we go. Wow, I'm so smart. Okay. Stick in a folder, select all this. I think I can select that too. I think it's not between the legs back there. Gotta select that. Gotta select this and these little tiny bits inside the hair that probably won't amount to very much when I do a silhouette check, but it's still good practice to grab them anyways. Hi, bugs. A lot of what they seem to want, but giving them frog legs might be fun. Oh yeah, I don't think frog legs would be what they would go for, but it would be fun conceptually, maybe for someone else. Invert that. There we go. So I would say that the asymmetry of your hat is nice. I think that's breaking up your form in an interesting way. The lily on the hat, as well as your antennas, the little axolotl-like wings or fins on the sides of your boots, and the bigger wings on your back are all doing nice things for your silhouette. I'd say you are surprisingly recognizable, and I can tell that you're a fairy in your silhouette. So that's pretty good. I think your silhouette's working pretty decently. You've got some good, believable asymmetry that keeps you from feeling too stiff. You've got your overalls down on one side. You've got one tall sock or one pant that's on this leg and not on the other. I'm actually not sure what these are. Maybe these are tall socks? I guess those are probably tall socks. There's a little bit of a disconnect happening here, which I'm gonna guess is just the leg goes this way, but this is baggy on the inside. It's a little strange, but that's more so maybe a drawing hint than other things are. But for silhouette, I think it's fine. We can do a ladder test also. Where's my line tool? There we go. Ladder test is something that we do to determine if the design has an interesting breakup of space, or if the space in the design is broken up in an interesting manner, rather. By placing a rung everywhere that there is a major division in the design. And we're doing this because humans are very vertical. We're very vertical. So it's always good to make sure we're breaking humans up in an interesting manner. Your chin. Honestly, your ears are creating lines too, which is interesting. Your eyes. This is creating a diagonal. This is creating sort of a flat line. This is creating a little bit of a diagonal. Yep, put one up there. The goal is to have a ladder that is not climbable, would violate OSHA's conventions, and would also have some clustering, some grouping of lines up around the face, which is where we want the focus to be. And we want some diagonals, and we want some broken lines. Shroommates, do you want to climb this ladder? Thank you, Bugs and Art Fun, for your ladder donations. Maybe frog feet decals, like dog feet often have, or paw decals. Oh, wait, that'd be so cute for the bottom of the boots, Rex. I agree. Gold things beside their... Hang on. Gold things beside their head could be subtle little frog legs. Thigh-high socks, maybe. Those could be thigh-highs. Could climb that ladder, as always. Lance, just because you have no sense of self-preservation does not mean that the rest of us don't. Ouchie. But I would agree that this is a very dangerous ladder. This is what I want to see. I don't really have any concerns about your silhouette, particularly. For complexity versus clarity, I do think that the little lily-of-the-valleys in your hair, or the ones that are your earrings, could be a little bit bigger to make them clearer. But honestly, I think that's about it. Everything else I'm reading more or less okay. Yeah, I think it's just that. Down in the chibi design, the proportioning of them works a little better. The fact that they're directly overlapping your pigtails, I feel like is not helping legibility as much as it could. But at the same time, I don't know if moving them further out in your ear would be great. And your pigtails have this sort of shape to them that makes them squared off and gives you negative space between your neck and them. And I don't want you to lose that either. So it might be okay the way that it is, but maybe just make them bigger, perhaps. For focal point, I do think that your head is somewhat focal because it is framed nicely by the saturated elements of the design. You've got a saturated green for your hat, you've got a saturated green for your shirt. Your head is between it, your hair is dark and does frame your face. But I think that the darkest color being down here in your shorts and in your boots might be a little bit distracting. It's not as distracting here, where the hair I think has been shaded even darker. I think the hair is lighter here. So your head becomes more focal. The fact that the brown is the only area of a saturated brown in the design also is helping make your face more focal. So maybe I'll go like this. There's some slight distraction, but it's mostly working. But I did put your design on the fridge. I did put you in the thumbnail because I did find your design to be memorable and I thought it was very cute. So overall, that gives us what? 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 out of 10? Did I add right? 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 out of 10. Strong start. So I would say, for the most part, technically, things are done well. It's conceptually really where we can strengthen this for sure. But if you ever return to VTubing, I wish you good luck. I'm sorry things were not working out for you, though. Love giving great suggestions, but failing at my own designing. Rex, you got this. I think you need to have a little more faith in yourself. But I will say, at the same time, sometimes it is easier to provide critique to others than it is to look at your own designs and make effective decisions, because when we are working on our own things, our minds are often clouded by what it is that we want from the design. Whereas when we're looking at someone else's design, we don't really know what their intentions are. We only know so much as they give us in text. So it makes sense to me, at least, that, like, when I get stuck, I bug Billy. And Billy will tell me things that are probably objectively correct and probably are objectively things that would make my designs better. But because it's not the thing that I want for the design, I'm like, no, no, no. And then my design suffers as a result of it. So it is kind of tough. And as artists, sometimes we do have to make decisions that maybe aren't the thing we wanted to do, but is the thing that will ultimately make the design stronger. Conversely, though, the reason why I don't do a lot of character designing for others, especially in VTubing, is because it usually goes the opposite. I will tell someone else a thing that would objectively make their design stronger, and they say no, or they tell me to do something that would objectively make their design less recognizable, or have lower clarity, or less interesting in concept, and it hurts me so much to do it that I can't do it anymore. I can't do it anymore. I couldn't do it. Billy, our moral pillar, yes. Everybody needs a friend like Billy, somebody to look at your designs and look at what you work on and be like, stop, no. And to be like, go with that color. You should have saturation. It's good. Yeah. But let us keep moving. I'm gonna take a sip of my beverage and then I will I'll read this first and then sip beverage. This is Star Gummy, who I believe I saw in the chat earlier at the start of stream, but I don't think the credit I have for you is correct. So if you are around somewhere, please come back. Please come back and tell me what your credit is. But it was Star Gummy. Pronouns are they/them. She's an alien researcher, so I'm gonna guess we're using she because maybe this character isn't who they are as a persona, or alternatively, this is not an unheard of thing. You can be a they/them fella and play a character that is she/her or he/him or whatever you want. Gender is made up. But she's an alien researcher wanting to study human behavior and psychology. I thought with a concept like this, I can easily fit the content I want to make into her lore, which are mostly video essays on niche topics. Interesting. Slay? Question mark, exclamation point? Take that question mark out. I think it's just exclamation point. I think just slay. I'm gonna take a sip of my beverage, but this is so sick. Hang on. My water bottle smells a little funky. Yeah, that don't smell so great. Don't know what's going on in there. I may need to get a different beverage. The hair, if you touch the hair at all, I will riot. Ryuku, listen. I know you guys have pinned me up here on the rotating wheel of shame to throw tomatoes and knives at me, but you don't need to. I'm not touching the hair's fine. Please don't hurt me. Oh, hi, yes, that's my design, though it's just a concept of what I could be. Struggling to find the time to realize it, but I hope to get back to it someday. Please come back to it someday. This design is so sick. You should come back. You should come back. You should come back to it if you can. Hopefully we can give you some critiques that help you to move forward with it again if you're feeling stuck. But I saw this in submissions and I was like, God, this is so sick. Okay, as much as I'm not gonna touch their hair, why you gotta touch my hair? Why are you touching my hair? You can leave it where it is. You don't have to touch it. It costs nothing to not remove my hair. Hey. So, Things I want to point out about this design. First of all, silhouette. Mwah, chef's kiss. Chef's kiss silhouette design here. I've often said the harder I have to work to make a silhouette check on a design, the better the silhouette is. Look how hard I'm working. Look how much I have to do here to try and get a silhouette. I gotta select all of these little internal bits. I gotta select all these internal bits. I gotta select these ones. I may accidentally miss some because there's like one here next to the hand, and then there's this. Hey. Please don't make me dizzy. I'm trying to focus. There we go. I'm gonna expand the section by 1 just because there's a bit of an outline on it. Let's invert that and fill this in black.
Hello gamers. Hello
Hello, gamer.
slays. Here is Gary with an important message.
Hi, Gary.
Gender is a hoax conspired by bathroom companies to sell more toilets. Toilets, skibidi. I was skibido once. They put me in a rubber room with toilets. The toilets made me skibidi. Skibidi. I was skibidi once.
Gary, you were skibidi once? Only once? I love the sentence that gender is a hoax conspired by bathroom companies to sell more toilets. That is entering my vernacular immediately. Not even like, the bathroom company. Preach, Gary, down with big bathroom. That's really good. That's really good. Down with big toilet. Hang on, I gotta breathe again, but hang on. Do we see how effective of a silhouette this is? Do we see how recognizable of a silhouette this is? There's, like, subtle asymmetry in the fact that the helix is tilted in one direction. So we've got all of the cross sections of the helix, where it's the pairs shifting at a diagonal, and it switches the diagonal in the lower part of the design. The hair has this big asymmetrical moment with the floating pigtail, which I'm going to guess that because you're an alien, you can just levitate things. The ribbon raises up off the top edge of the chest. The hair allows us to have negative space around the edges of the head, too. The antennas are they antennas on an alien? I guess they are antennas, but the antennas are so big and exaggerated. I would say you are incredibly recognizable in silhouette. Very recognizable in silhouette. Turn that off. DNA motif? Yes! So I can tell that you are a scientist or a researcher, but I would guess probably a scientist based on the DNA motif. But this is so clever. And it also feels so out of this world. It feels beyond human the way that this ribbon is arcing and then attaching back to the sleeves. It feels like, not like tentacle-like, but almost a little bit. It feels inhuman. It feels like it's something that a human wouldn't wear because this garment is attached to the other garment in a way we wouldn't think of, but it's so clever. It's so neat because you feel so friendly. You've got nice, bright colors. Your eyes are so round and welcoming. You've got a pink bow on. All these things we'd associate with the character who is friendly. The helixes themselves are rounded. But you're an alien. You've got sharp teeth. Your bows have sharp ends to them. These almost feel like thin needles in a way that does feel referential of like medical or research elements. It's so good. It's so effective. I think I'm getting a very clear read on the personality of this fella as well. It's good. Love how the hex works with the back of the skirt, sort of breaks up the color. Yeah! Yeah. It's breaking up the color a little bit. And I feel like this is such an incredible way to have like a coattail or like a not a jacket, but like a cape or something where it solely exists to add to the silhouette. Top culture level's amazing and unconventional tailoring, and I adore it. Yeah, this is memorable outfit design. This clothing feels like it is designed specifically for this character, and it'd feel out of place for another character to wear it, which is exactly what we want. And then even repeating the helix motif in the patterning on the clothing. This is so simple but effective, where it almost feels like it's like grease that is on the leg or like patterning in the clothes. It's so wide at the edges to mimic the place where the DNA, what is it? I can't actually think of what the letters are for. Anastase? And I used to know all of them. It's ACGT, right? All of those things where they connect to the helix is where it widens. We're getting the silhouette of the helix. AGTC, oh, did I say it in the wrong order maybe? There's full words, not just initials for all of them, not just abbreviations, but like this is such a good way of echoing this element of the design, but in a new and fresh way that keeps it from feeling overwhelming or keeps it from being too repetitive. It's incredible. Color of the skirt is similar to the skin color in the gradient. My only critique, really. I guess, but I'm not reading this as being skin. I'm not really reading it as being skin. Like, I can tell this is stomach, and that this is hand, and that the feet are darkened a little bit, probably because they're at the bottom of the design, but I'm not really having trouble reading that as being a separate element. Do other people agree or disagree with me on that one? Or with March Rabbit? Let me know. Same thing, nucleotides like to scramble. Sure. Oh, the padded shoulders add to the silhouette as well. Yes, our eyes do immediately go to the head because most of the elements of the design are leading our eye there as well. We're creating lines of action with all of these helixes. These are very bright yellow. So while they could be seen as distracting, we're gonna follow the gradient of them up into the chest. Pink is a high chroma color because it's, you know, close to red, so it does tend to be pretty focal. But this element is bringing us closer to the head too. The head also has the greatest number of colors in the smallest area, so we're going to look there. And the eyes and mouth are very high contrast against the face too, with all these bright neons. The balancing of neons in this design is handled so spectacularly because neons can be very fatiguing on the eye, but most of this design is actually black and dark, desaturated, almost navy blue. And that helps to keep us from being fatigued. So if we need an area to rest our eye, you know, we can explore the rest of the design, but the pop of color is always gonna keep us coming back to the face. We've got the repetition of the helix in the little like pattern-like sense, and the hair as well. Wahoo! Hair is fantastic. It's a faux back open panel, but it was on purpose to be provocative without being revealing. Yeah, I think this is pretending to be open, but this is just a pattern on the back of the skirt / pants, which I think is a skirt. I think it's just slit in the center. So let me start grading things because I haven't started yet, and I've said a lot of things here already. So, silhouette, mwah, chef's kiss, spectacular, no notes. Color palette, masterfully handled. Sorry. It does undermine me when I say things incorrectly. Z Frost, thank you for following. I appreciate it. Oh my god, follower goal! 6,600! Yay! Shroom state grows ever larger. The mycelium spreads. I feel the dark green is distinct. It's a cooler tone. Yeah. I think it is a cooler tone. It came from YouTube. Well, welcome to the Twitch end of things. Welcome from red to purple. I didn't draw a ladder on this one. We can do a ladder test. Any of you who thought you'd be getting an easy bingo from me for getting ladder test is going to be wrong today. You'll see. I'll prove to you once and for all that I will remember to do ladder tests. There's kind of one here, there's one here, there's one here, there's one here, there's one here. The low gloves so that we can get a little bit of skin between the sleeves and the hands for clarity. Wow, fantastic. Ladder gang, we're getting outplayed. Yes, you are. Jubby was the one who was off topic also. Talking about Naruto, but that was still kind of on topic. So I don't even know if you get to check that box today yet either. I don't even know how to draw the lines for some of these elements because they're creating diagonals. The glasses, if you were looking straight ahead, whoopsie, would probably have a line here and here, and then your eyes would probably have another line. Your eyebrows get another line because they're dark, as do the underside of your bangs. Bam. And then your hair is on one side, too. So if I hide that... This is the Ankle Destroyer 9000. You're not getting past here. Wow. So you've got a lot of diagonal movement in the lower body, and then much more detail. You've got a lot of clustering of detail in the upper body, around your head specifically, which is also helping us to find the head to be focal. Incredible. Again, no issue there. Complexity versus clarity. As far as level of detail goes, I'm gonna give you, like, I don't even know if I even want to say that. I feel like your one little hair clip may be unnecessary. But at the same time, I don't want you to remove it because I think it's fine, and I think you do need some smaller details in the design still. So maybe it's fine, and maybe I don't even tell you to remove that. Well, I critique, they haven't debuted yet. Fair. Bites design and shakes around like dog/positive. You guys are a big fan of this. See how everyone agrees with me? Say we protested until EG adds it. What? Should have a bingo field that says EG didn't forget the ladder and is being smug about it. Hey, I'm allowed to be smug. I can't give you the bingos too easily. I can't give you bingo too easily. I can't make it too simple for you, Shrewmates. I gotta make you work for it a little bit. Honestly, I feel like that's so nitpicky of me, it's not even worth critiquing that. Focal point, incredible. The color placement, as well as the shape language being used in the helix, is all working together to direct us right to the face. And then for concept and motifs, you're an alien, your skin's green, and you got antennas. Check. Researcher, you've got DNA as an integral part of your design. It is, in fact, most of the design. Fellas, we got a nat 10. This is a nat 10, let alone the fact that I was going to put you on the fridge and also say that the way that you've executed your concept, I think, is so unique and memorable. The moment I saw this design and downloaded it, I actually downloaded it this morning. I was like, I'm doing green critiques today. It's like, we're doing green today. No one can stop me. I have to put this on the thumbnail. But I thought this was so sick. This is such a fun design. I would say this is so incredibly memorable. The square glasses, making you feel studious and more like a researcher. We tend to take those as making people feel professional, but your eyes are round and friendly. Your teeth are sharp. You're playing with shape so much to give us, you know, it feels like we're getting a facade of what this character is. They're friendly and maybe analytical, but maybe beneath the surface, wow! They're a little bit more dangerous as an alien, but maybe that's a part of themselves that they're trying to hide because it's not who they want to be. They're trying to be fun and friendly and, you know, able to be associated with. But yeah, it's so good. It's so good. OMG. Yeah, congrats. I think you did an incredible design or job on this design. I have so little things to say that could be modified about it. I don't really think there's all that much. I think you should debut. We demand their @ so we can follow them. They're on YouTube. Stargummy, do you have any socials? I can give them your YouTube that you're using right now. That's what I'm gonna put in the thing here. Just so that we have an updated thing of where they can find you somewhere. I'm going insane. Guess I'm forced to get back to it now. Come back. Get into VTubing, become a VTuber, do it. You should become a VTuber, come on. Your design is so fun. Do it. Do it. Do it. Please make long-form video essays. I'm begging you. It'd be fantastic. It'd be incredible. We need more long-form content creating VTubers. Please. Every single one of us who is here today would be a fan if you had debuted. And we probably will be a fan when you debut. Please do it. I'm begging you. But you not only got a nat 10, but you got a 12 out of 10, which I think is the highest grade I've given in weeks. If not months, it may be. So congrats. Don't doubt yourself. Thank you so much. I can't believe it. Of course. Thank you so much for submitting your design to us. As you could see, the moment it appeared on screen, everybody was excited about it. So we're here to support you. You got this. Thank you for submitting. Wahoo! What is the Google translating the letters E to? Just the letters E. I see. Highest grade I've seen. I think we've gotten a 12 once before. I think we've had one other 12, if not 2, but they don't happen very often. So good work. Fantastic, incredible work. Need more long-form video essays about random stuff. I know. There's so many niches that are not tapped into by VTubers that I think VTubers need to get in on. They need to get in on it. Billy and I listen to we'll listen to video essays about old Disney or Nickelodeon shows or things about games, and so few VTubers make very much long-form content that isn't just edited streams. Do it. Do it. And on the harsh rubric too. Oh my god, that's true. Is this our first nat 10 on the harsh rubric? Because it might be. It very well may be. Did anyone have Nat 10 on their bingo? Because we almost never get to check that off. Final score over 10 I have on mine. But for anybody who has that, you're probably partying. I explained the test. Blacks. We've got big shoes here. I did. Congrats to you. My sign to rant about old video games. It's me. I'm giving you the sign. Moss Cake. Do it. Go. Manifesting big shoes. I'd say these are some pretty big shoes. These shoes are more than double the size of the hands in every way, shape, and form. Those are big shoes, I would say. Rainbow color palette was on the last design. And collab on that? Yeah, shroommates. Make content with each other. Do things together. Make things together. This is kind of a crop top, a little bit. It's not that cropped of a top, but it's kind of cropped of a top. I'm checking off my things here. I did not make the shoes bigger. Not 3D. No heart motif yet. I don't know if this is quite a paragraph, but maybe free space. Don't know if I'll get bingo today, but I hope you all get bingo also. So this is Crook, she/her. I was trying to figure out if the name is pronounced Crook Snooks or Crooks Nooks. One or the other. Details are, this is the first model I've made for myself, but I'm looking to upgrade the design later down the line. I just need some more outside opinions on what I could possibly do to improve upon in. I would also like to have it be clear that it's supposed to be a seal character with the whiskers and such, and I've been looking at it for so long I'm unsure if it comes across clear enough. I think I understood that you were a seal pretty easily. The fact that you've made your irises so big, I think is helping a lot with making you read as a seal, because we think of seals as having those really dark, almost all black, doll-like eyes with super big, bright reflections in them, and I think you're nailing that. The whiskers, lovely also. Seals tend to also have almost little like patches of fur that are shaped like eyebrows and placed in a similar location as eyebrows may be placed on the head, so that's great. Maybe more sea lion than seal. I think of seals as grayish. Ah, okay, interesting. I was definitely thinking of an aquatic animal of some sort. But these are also very fun pants. Good use of the star motif, splitting them between the left and right leg and then having some subtle asymmetry between the star placement. That's also good. I think my main critique for you would be that if you're looking for a way to upgrade this design, add another layer to your concept. Right now you are a seal who is wearing comfy, somewhat casual art student-y clothing. You've got big baggy jeans with patches on them. You've got a sweater underneath a tank top. This feels a little bit like close to some early 2000s fashion I've seen also. But I think you could benefit from having another layer here, because right now the stars are all sort of acting as decals. We've just sort of plopped a star here, we plopped a star there, we plopped a star here. The stars aren't really affecting the overall shape of any of the elements in an maybe recognizable or engaging way. We could make it more clever the way we're using stars. But I think also you could just benefit from having something else going on. Do you have an occupation? What type of streaming do you want to do? Clearly you might be an artist. You say that you made this model, but like what types of things do you like? Well, watch your language, fellas. Thank you for following though. Hair's kind of shaped like a star, lean into that. Could do that. Does this get the EG seal of approval? That's good, that's pretty good. This fella needs candy. Oh, that would be fun. But yeah, like you could lean even further into a particular aesthetic if you want to lean into like rave culture, because I could see this as being a rave fit. You could lean into candy and other elements that tend to be worn to raves or things like that. Or like EDM culture and things like that, maybe. But I think you need another layer. What do you do? What are you interested in? Can we bring that into the design? And what ways could we maybe bring that into the design? Because right now, I don't really have a lot of suggestions for you because I feel like we just need something else going on. thinking about like ways we could make the star more integrated into the clothing. You could have like a star-shaped cutout somewhere. As somebody suggested, you could have your hair almost feel like it's giving the shape of a star overall. Like if I were to make your pigtails a little bit bigger, that might be good. Why is my brush so small? So then this is one point of the star, perhaps, and then like down here, this is another point of the star. If these ones go out instead of down, and then you're a hoge. Could maybe be facing up a little bit more, you know? There's a star hair clip, which is cute, but I do think the clarity on that could be made clearer. Adding big freckles / spotting around the forehead could help her read as a seal. Recommend looking up Selkie-inspired makeup as an example of how people apply seal features to a humanoid face. Ooh, that's a good note. Thank you, Changeling. Selkie makeup. Oh, I see what you mean. Interesting. Let me grab this. This is a little bit scary of an image because this person is coming up from underwater, but the darkening of the nose and then the speckles around the hairline are very interesting. I wonder if that might help. I do think your hairline right now might be a little bit low. So I wonder if we could like push your hairline up a little bit and then we could give you a little bit clearer of like anime hair vents almost. You know what I'm talking about. Air vent, hair vents. These thingies. And then this is filled in and then we get like your hairline a little bit in here underneath. But then we could have some spots showing up in that area. Can I suggest a fish necklace charm just because it's kind of funny? Sure, why not? You could definitely do so. Like the star motif in 2000's clothing, looks like a Disney Channel girly. You do look a little bit like a Disney Channel girly. And I say that with love in my heart because I recently designed a character who had Disney Channel inspired clothing. It's a fun thing. Their outfit design sensibilities back in those days were interesting. And I say back in those days as if I wasn't alive and as if those days were that far away from where we are now, but you could lean even further into that if you want to. Finding some truly inspired 2000s fashion like Ashley Tisdale and Hannah Montana and I'm trying to think of who else I would even suggest for that. Raven Simone. Raven Simone had some killer outfits on Disney. But if we push this back like that, then I could add spots that sort of come out of the hairline a little bit. Maybe they're green over here because your hair's green. Hi, Joby. What's going on?
My paintbrushes.
Oh, your paintbrushes. Okay. Given Y2K fashion, yeah. Disney Channel outfit design is truly something else. It really is. I have to say, also, something that irks me about Y2K fashion sometimes is that it's not what people say it is. So many VTuber designs that are like, I'm Y2K themed. You're not. You're not Y2K themed. You are a modern revision of what people think Y2K fashion was. That's not actually what fashion looked like at that point in time. And I know this is a problem for every era. I know people from the 80s complain about this constantly whenever people are like, oh, we're having an 80s revival. And it's like, you've only picked and chosen a very narrow amount of what was worn in the 80s or whatever. I'm not gatekeeping it. I'm just saying that if you're going to label yourself as being 90s themed or Y2K themed and you're not actually Y2K or 90s themed, there's probably a better word you could use to describe yourself. The Y2K nostalgia aesthetic is real. Yeah. May you provide a good Y2K example? Hannah Montana. Look up Hannah Montana, look up, what's her name? Hilary Duff. There's a lot of actresses. I mean, we could look at actresses outside of Disney also, but I feel like some Disney actresses do a good job of personifying the era's fashion. Ashley Tisdale interviews, yeah. They all, I think, show you what was, like, fashionable. Yeah, look at red carpet photos. Yeah, from that time period. And I think you'll get a clear idea of what fashion was like back then than what we get currently. This is so Y2K. Yes, no, I think this is actually Y2K. I'm not complaining about this one. This one is Y2K in the design. I recognize that. I'm talking about, like, if I go to Pinterest or something, which Pinterest is not a good place to look for references anyway. But, like, I'll see... Oh, where was that? I'll see something like this. And people will be like, oh my god, this is so Y2K core! And I'm like, it's not. It's not. This is idol fashion meets Y2K remembrance with nostalgia, and this is not at all... This is K-pop girly. This is not Y2K. But people call this Y2K all the time. This pastel blue and white combo, it's not. It ain't. Anyways, where should I look for a reference? The Aesthetics Wiki! Look on the Aesthetics Wiki. I love the Aesthetics Wiki. It's a good place where things are documented somewhat well. That'll help you to recognize when things actually are Y2K or not, because sometimes you do just have to Google them. Wasn't really alive for Y2K, and I know this. You weren't alive for Y2K? What do you mean you weren't alive for Y2K? What do you mean? Brats. Oh, brats! Brats are incredible. Brats do have a good bit of 90s fashion also, but brats also do exemplify Y2K fashion pretty well too. Yes. yes. I'm an adult, I swear. I believe you. It's just strange to me that you can be an adult and not have memory of the 90s or early 2000s now. It's strange that that is the case. I don't know. Iconic, yeah. Iconic. But yes, adding the spotting around the hair line, like that one reference we looked at, may help us to read you as being a seal a little bit more. Also, standing your bangs up feels a little bit more natural. Your hair right now, the way that it's shaped, I feel like is just in too many, too sharp groupings, and it's too symmetrical, especially at the bottom where it is around your shoulders. It's making a tangent with the edge of your whiskers, which we could modify that as well. But I think that your hair would benefit from having just like a little more flow to it. Maybe it's slicked back like this because you came out of the water perhaps, but like, if you just had like one or two hairs that break that flow and are smaller shapes, it'd probably be nice, because a lot of the points in your hair are all the exact same size. This is the same size as this, which is almost the same size as this, which is the same size as this. Give me little like smaller, shorter, thinner pieces of hair somewhere to break it up just a little bit. I don't know why I was doing the editing that I was doing right there with such a small pen. Honestly, I might even like send something out to the side there. Maybe something in here comes and arcs up and out as opposed to everything arcing down. I don't think this is ruining the overall flow of the hair. But I think we just need a little more variety in some of the shapes. And yeah, we can have really thin pieces somewhere in here too. We just need a little more variety to make the hair feel a little bit less stiff. Concept is a seal star VTuber wearing Y2K clothes. This is full points. I mean, I do see the concept very, very clearly. That K-pop girly was actually very Y2K. Just to make the top longer, not a crop top. Powder pastels were super popular as well. I had so much powder blue. I know that that color palette was Y2K. Very cool. I lived through that time. I never saw people dressing like that. The crop top, not quite. I don't think that the leg warmers particularly feel Y2K to me. I lived through this time. I know what it looked like. I mean, they were they? I know people wore leg warmers, but like not that kind. Hi, Joby. What's going on? We were alive during Y2K.
But we live in a very not so popular part of the country.
Okay, but like I looked at pop culture. Joby came in here to argue with me. Joby.
I think that's something people forget about Y2K.
I guess it is dependent on where you lived. It just it didn't feel Y2K to me, the thing I was looking at. I don't even have it anymore.
What's the reference?
No, this feels Y2K to me. This wasn't what it was. It was this. This doesn't feel Y2K to me.
No, not at all.
See, Jubby agrees with me.
Look at all like that color palette.
Okay, but that's the thing people are contesting. Powder blue was popular at that point in time, and white.
Nah.
But I don't know if
White-
like this.
White, you know, it would have done something crazy if that belt was clear. It was even more oversized. I think the smart part was that the leg warmers be a little bit more open, but
I guess.
the connection to like almost like a weird coquette. No, wait. The most Y2K thing is the fact that it's made out of jean material.
Yeah, the jean material I think is the most Y2K thing going on with it. I love that you came in here to argue with me and you ended up agreeing with me.
No. I'm out there painting my little diorama.
Riku, I'm not saying the clothing you wore doesn't exist. I'm saying that has become what everyone's entire understanding of Y2K is, where I'm sure people did dress like that, but that is a portion of Y2K fashion that has now become the entire understanding of Y2K fashion, when there is a lot more variety to it than what, like, people who are looking back on it would have us think. I don't know.
I'm gonna jump in to say that is because I hear people discuss things like 80s fashion, and then someone's dad will be like, "That's actually not what 80s fashion was. I only wore jeans and white shirts." It's like,
you were not participating in fashion,
you are
perhaps.
not the one I'm talking about.
Yep, understandable. Oh, I've been raided. Oh my gosh, the fact that it put that at the bottom is so confusing. What? Hello? Hi, Raiders. I didn't manage to see who it was that raided. I only saw that it said Raiders, but Shroomates, can you rotate for the Raiders, please? YouTube needs to not make that go away. They need to leave that notification there so I can see it. Hi, I'm so sorry. Welcome in. I'm Squiiji. I'm a freelance artist Fungi. I'm also an art educator. We're doing Vtuber Design Critiques. Right now we're arguing about Y2K aesthetics while I edit a seal. But hi, welcome. Hope you had a good stream. Was young during Y2K, so I'm not an expert. I would say I was also young, but old enough to know what things looked like. Old enough to remember what all of that looked like as well. Okay, you can sniff the Raiders, I guess, but please rotate for them. Was not even alive. That's fine, we know that. We accept that of you. That's okay. I'm a young old person. I don't know what you could possibly mean by that. What is a young old person? Are you saying that you're somebody people call an old soul? Because I've seen that before. I wonder if the hair shape is another thing that's making us think of a walrus, because these feel almost like the way that walruses have like the really bristly chins, maybe. And I wonder if the hair wasn't as spiky, if that would make it not read as walrus-y, perhaps. Look like they listen to Avril Lavigne. Oh, Avril Lavigne would be a good reference point too. Oh, hello! Hi, Raiders! Double raid. Welcome in. Hi. Hi, Astrea. Welcome in. I'm Squiiji. I'm a freelance artist Fungi, and I'm also an art educator. We're doing Vtuber Design Critiques today. We're looking at some Gween fellows. We're looking at a seal VTuber right now. We were debating what is and what is not Y2K aesthetic. Well, welcome. How was your stream? Shroomates, thank you for rotating at them, but you could rotate more. I demand more rotation. Please, more rotation. Hi. Let's see. Oh, thank you, Mons, for getting shout out. It seems you may have been playing Dark Souls 3 and or working on music, perhaps? Spins my head in a circle. Perhaps. I hope it went well. I hope it was good. Reaper's Dirt Coffin, thank you for following. I appreciate it. Maybe it was a bit rounder. Yeah, the hair, I think maybe if it was rounder. We tend to think of seals as being like round and friendly unless you're a leopard seal. So I'm wondering if even if I were to like make these like flat and cut off, if that would make it less walrus-y, maybe. Raid saved you from my rant. Roku, please still rant. You are welcome to still rant. Raged into music production. Oh no! Was Dark Souls not going well? Dark Souls is so hard. I can't even attempt, so I admire anyone for trying in any way, shape, or form to play those games. I don't rage, but I get sad because I can't do it. But I hope the music writing was interesting. I hope it was fun. I hope it brought you back from frustration effectively. We do art tags around here, so if you'd like to send us what you're working on for music, you're welcome to. But if you need to do things like eat or drink or snark me, or other things, please take care of yourself. Don't feel obligated that you have to. If you want to stick around, you're welcome. But please look after yourself first and foremost. Hang on. I think being a young person means you're in your 20s, but hearing someone say the funny numbers makes you age 70 years. Perhaps. Maybe. Oh, here's Ruku's rant. I loved wearing my leg warmers with baggy bottoms and the pom-pom bows with my striped blue and white tights, with my powder blue Mary Jane platform sneakers and button-up baggy men's shirt with a blue pullover and my hair tied back with butterfly clips. Do not cite me the old magics, I was there when it was created. I was also there when it was created. I believe that you, in fact, would wear that. And I believe, in fact, that there are probably many people who would wear things like that at that point in time. But the complaint I have is simply that people boil down 90s aesthetic to just like the powder blue and white leg warmers, jean, and chrome. And there is much more to it than that. So as a result, VTubers who design themselves to be Y2K inspired or characters that are meant to be Y2K inspired all end up looking kind of the same because they're drawing from the same couple of articles of clothing and the same couple of details. Those elements were slay, which is why they're doing that. I just want us to approach things maybe a little more broadly. And juicy tracksuits. Oh, I love a juicy tracksuit. But no, I'm certain that you dress that way. I don't doubt that. For a second, I was also there. AG calling self-proclaimed Y2K VTubers generic. I'm not saying they're generic. Things are popular because they work, often. I'm just saying that I want people to be a little bit more distinct sometimes. Rest of the apple bottom jeans, long scarf, juicy tracksuits. Yeah. Yep, those things. Yep, that all was a part of it too. Yeah. Dresses over jeans. Yes, dresses over jeans. Oh my god. Yeah. The thumbs being cut out is definitely a Y2K move also, because I definitely had a sweater that did this also at that time. Was Y2K 90s or early to mid 2000s? So, as the name would suggest, Y2K is the fashion that is around the turn of the century, so that does include a little bit of late 90s sometimes, but mostly early 2000s, perhaps. Yeah, 98 to 2005, as Ruku has said, succinctly. So it's not all the way to, like, 2010. Like, Hannah Montana, I would say, is at the end of what I would consider Y2K, and she debuted, I think, in 2007 or 8, perhaps? But, like, that's still not getting into, like, 2010s fashion, because I would say that that was very different. There's much more distinction between those things. Not the dresses over jean. Oh, but they were stylish in the day. People loved that. We're getting too distracted. We have to critique this design, Truemates. We've done our off-topic here. Technically the turn of the millennium, too. Yeah. Turn of millennium, yes. I'm sorry. No, you're good. Don't worry. You're totally fine. All of this is to say that I feel like there could be more fun ways this fella could lean into that aesthetic if they wanted to. There are some very particular, like, Y2K style hats or sunglasses or accessories that would go hard with this design, because if you add a little bit more accessory to it, it'll feel a little more fleshed out, perhaps, especially if they are accessories we'd associate with that time period, and if they're being placed in areas of the body that don't have a lot of other detail in them. So, like, if you had sunglasses on top of your head, or one of those, we've debated what the hat is called, but the hat that has, like, the, like, sort of, like, puffy top to it with a brim, one of those, that'd feel pretty aligned with your era. Maybe there's a way you can combine those things with stars in an interesting manner, but those things might be nice details. Can't say Y2K without mentioning edgy matrix coats and leathers. Maybe? But I don't like that. I don't know if that's really what we associate with that era. I think that's what people of the past thought Y2K would be, but it's not what Y2K ended up being. You know what I mean? Perhaps. Oh, Juvie's here. Juvie's gonna threaten me with a paintbrush. What?
Y2K marks the passing of the millennium
Yes.
into the digital age.
Yes.
The Matrix is 1,000% a part of that.
It is, but it is what people of, when did the Matrix come out?
Oh.
I don't know what year the Matrix came out.
Man.
Okay.
That's what I'm talking about.
Juvie is home and therefore is going to critique me on not knowing what time it starts.
Keanu Reeves, Matrix, Neo, leather suit with those stupid glasses. are a defining part of that almost slightly weirdly EDM rave culture of the early 2000s.
Sure, yes.
It's 1,000% part of it. You want to show some good design.
We've gotten so off topic.
Show some good design. Pull up the viruses from the Matrix 2.
Oh, real quick, says the Matrix is more 90s fashion. Leather, plastic pants, trench coat, spikes hair, very 90s. But I mean, the Y2K is late 90s. The problem is that it's so hard to define when any of these movements start or end because there's overlap between all of them.
Sure. This is one thing that I think is the stupid. I feel bad for people who have to define eras because how do you define late 90s, early 2000 Y2K in Ohio?
More raiders to join our debate about Y2K fashion. Hi, Mari. Welcome in. Welcome in, raiders. Hi, I'm Squiiji. I'm a freelance artist, Fungi. I'm also an art educator. We are supposed to be critiquing Vtuber design, but we've been debating what is and what isn't Y2K fashion, I think, for the last half an hour. It's going great. If you have anything you'd like to weigh in, because I think, Mari, didn't you have a Y2K themed outfit that you debuted also? I would love to hear your 2 cents on Y2K fashion also, but hi, welcome. Charades, please rotate at them. Mods, also thank you for getting the shout out. I see that Mari was streaming Pokemon, Fire Red and or Leaf Green, maybe. My Cyber Cupid outfit is definitely Y2K Magical Girl. Yeah. You've got like the pastel pink and pleather-ish aspects, I think, if I remember correctly. Where maybe it's not pleather, but it's like that like real sleek. Is it nylon? I don't know what the fabric's called. Wait. Hi, Jovi, who is standing behind me menacingly with a paintbrush.
All I was trying to say was...
Yeah?
This is the annoying part of trying to say, like, I'm super into 90s fashion.
Yeah.
I'm super into, like, 90s cultural aesthetic. It's like, do you mean 90s... Do you mean Y2K fashion in America?
Also true, it is regional in a lot of ways. Yeah, that's true.
Do you mean Y2K New York, the EDM scene, or are you talking about SoCal on the West Coast? Are you talking about Japan? What are you talking about?
Jovi says you need to elaborate better. That's true. I agree with you.
A kid growing up in rural Ohio wearing their Avril Lavigne and oversized tank tops looks a lot different than the Y2K people in
the raves.
Yeah,
that's fair.
It's a hard. I don't know why people want to put such distinctions to fashion.
Sure.
Be free form.
Also, sure.
I'm
with you.
That's all I had to say.
That's fair. Can I have a kiss before you leave?
Yeah. I'm
Thanks.
painting Gal Rod.
There you go. Sorry, Raiders, that you entered immediately during our debate. Dying old man! And Louis Cypher the Poppet, thank you guys for following. I appreciate it. Very kind of you. I don't know if I said, but Mari, in my word vomit about Y2K, Mari is a character designer and is also a fantastic artist. So I would say Mari has a good idea as to eras and styles and design, if you have interest in those things. Yeah. Automod Smart Detected said that you cannot call us adorable. Gary, that's too much. Could you not? Gary, that's too much. Could you please not? Automod said you cannot tell me that Joby giving me a kiss is adorable. And Gary said, bet, I'm gonna sing about it. In a very strange manner. That was Gary. I don't know why he did that. Very strange. Oh my god. Gary, why are you like this? That's a fantastic question. It was a little bit of a jump scare. It did scare me for a moment. Okay. We gotta come back though. We've gotten too distracted. So, clarity. I can't see your hair tie or your hair clip that is a star. It's not reading very clearly. You could add more elements to the design that are fish inspired to maybe play up the seal angle a little bit more. I do like the seal hands a lot though. Although I do wonder if we could exaggerate the sleeves into feeling more seal fin or flipper-y, perhaps? just to add a little bit of width to those areas. Because your arms, the way that they taper from being wide to being narrow, and they're so sleek in the hand, is just begging for something more in the silhouette, maybe just a little bit. Even if maybe all that is that, like, your sleeves on your shoulders go up past the edge of your hand a little bit, so we're just breaking that outer edge in silhouette. Sometimes all we need is a little bit more in the silhouette, perhaps. Gary concert when? Well, he kind of participated in a concert a year ago. He sang Nyan Cat for you. Is that not enough? Does he need to sing other things? They're giving me ferret vibes, am I right? No, they're a seal, but actually I see what you mean. I almost wonder if the pigtails are adding to the ferret read, because they do almost read like ears. So we are getting a little confused about what type of animal this fella is. So I may put that here, because I think we need another layer to the concept, and we need to clarify that you are a seal and not a walrus and not a ferret. Perhaps. Here you need to sing Oops, I Did It Again. No. Longer, low pigtails might look more like seal fins. I would agree with that. I wonder if having those pigtails positioned down here instead might also be able to help us get away from looking too much like a walrus. So like I'll leave some of those longer bangs here. I can bring the whiskers back in a little bit. But like, you could have your hair come in like this, and then it's behind your body, but then it goes like that, generally in shape maybe. You need to work on the type of seal. That's another good point. What kind of seal are you? That's something I often suggest to people is be specific about what animal you are, if you are an animal. What specific species are you? You're definitely not a leopard seal. You look far too friendly to be a leopard seal. But are you then a harbor seal? Are you a... I actually don't know any other kinds of seals, but a type of seal. Cheerleader style? Be specific. Be specific. That's good, I like that. There we go. This will also probably help us to not have the trouble with the whiskers creating a tangent. Hang on, we need a little bit of hair movement up here probably, just so that you don't get too close to having too close to a bullet head situation. They're gonna have to avoid Shy Lily. Why? I don't think this design looks in any way, shape, or form related to Shy Lily. At all. I have to say, this is just like also off topic as I'm editing things. I have seen some incredibly off-base accusations of VTuber design theft in like the last 2 weeks. It is wild. Oh, seal orca, someone's dinner. Oh, okay, I get it. I thought you meant the design was like getting too close to theirs or copying theirs. I was like, what? But I have seen some accusations of VTuber design theft in the last like 2 weeks where I'm like, you share a color palette and part of a concept, but you're executed in completely different ways. Give it a rest. It's not. That's not what it is. Someone can't own being a masculine vampire who has white hair and red as a primary color in the palette. You can't own that. It's wild. Shy Lily is an orca. Wait, but orcas would eat seals then, wouldn't they? Who's eating who? Someone's eating someone. Don't know. How can I access the Discord server? If you would like, it is here. There you go. Same vein of theft as pose theft. Yeah, that's a weird one. I have never really known how to feel about this. About pose theft, because if you're tracing, yeah, that's theft. But if you're using a similar pose as someone else, that's not the same thing. That's not theft. This is a cute hairstyle. I feel like this works for the aesthetic pretty well. You know what might also be a fun little detail would be butterfly clips. The little ones that are kind of like shaped like this. Those were very popular amongst at least people I hung around in the Y2K era. They were very popular. And you can have them be like cute colors. Maybe they feel like fishtails the way that you've drawn them as opposed to being shaped like butterflies. But that could be very cute. T-pose theft. Yeah, I'm stealing your T-pose. You can't have it. I've patented the T-pose. You're not allowed to T-pose your models in your games ever again. Also, if it's this style of Y2K, the expandable plastic choker thing. Tattoo chokers? You mean these ones, Ruku? I need a darker color. I love tattoo chokers. I need you to know that I wore a tattoo choker well into almost, I think I wore a tattoo choker until like 2018 or 2019. I hung on to those for a long time, but that would be a fantastic accessory. Because you know what else people did with them? They made tattoo chokers that were like for bracelets, and people wore them on top of their clothing sometimes. When you'd wear like a white long sleeve shirt, people would wear that on top. So you could even repeat that somewhere else too, just for a little moment there. Yeah. Default model stance will now be Z pose. That's gonna be like, what do you call it? Like Egyptian hieroglyph pose? That's a Z pose. There's Y pose and A pose already, so we really gotta get creative about what other kinds of poses we can have. I had one in 4th grade. That's so cute. That's so cute. Something they're into, but like a seal-inspired beanie would fit well with the 2000s art student vibe. Ah, art students do tend to be favorable to having things that are shaped like creatures, maybe. M pose and C pose. YMCA pose. That would be good. L pose. Yeah, there's a lot of options here. We need bilateral symmetry, so M would work. C, if you like, we're doing like a C where your arms are arcing like out and around, maybe that could work. How does one M? Put your hands on your shoulders. I don't think mine will actually track if I try and do it. That's an M. Is the Discord server 18+? It is. The Discord server is 18+. You're welcome to hang out on stream though if you are not above 18. I am family friendly and say so. You are a-okay. This is a family friendly channel, but yeah, the Discord is 18+, just for moderation purposes. $sign pose. Okay. Yeah, thank you for being respectful of it. I appreciate it. We've got a number of fellas who are very respectful of our age requirements for joining, but you're still welcome to be a part of the community when we are live. Yeah. Anyone who sits down is a loser. Hey, Amber, be careful. Classic EG suggestion also. Your chain feels like it's a little bit more distinct than others, but I think that may be from the fact that I don't know if this chain is constructed the way chains are constructed. What if it was a star? What if some of these were stars? What if it had points on it? Wow, now it's a unique object made just for you. And you don't even need to give it all the points because the fact that there's like 2 little rings on the sides kind of implies the other points of the star. So maybe like every other ring is a star on here or something, perhaps. But yeah, we've done some editing here. Generally. Critiques. Color palette. It's cute. I think it makes sense for the era. Using Jean. Green, I think, makes sense for the fact that you are a seal or a selkie. We tend to associate them with kelp for some reason, and maybe that's based on where we often see them is in kelp forests or somewhere similar, but you are green and blue. You are sort of ocean-y in your color design. You're reminiscent of oceans, maybe in sort of like a kelp-like way. The dark color does give good contrast. I do worry that your tail may not have enough contrast against your jeans right now. I think they may be kind of similar in value. Yeah, specifically down here where the star is, they're actually the exact same value. So I would just make sure that you are pushing the tail to be darker back here, perhaps. So we can see where that line is more clearly. And you don't have to go even that much darker, just a little bit. Like that. So we can see a little better that it is behind you. Oh. What else do I have? It is interesting that your tail is gray, because we were saying that we do associate selkies with being, or not selkies, seals, but I guess also selkies, with being gray. Your hair being brown does help to make your head focal because it's nice and warm in a way that few other areas of your design are. But I wonder if it may benefit you to gradate your pigtails into a gray, maybe. I know you already have a couple colors in your hair, and I'm doing this in sort of a harsh manner right now, but that may help to also have us thinking on the right track. I redrew these whiskers so many times, I'm not redrawing them again. I need to draw them on their own layer so that way I stop having to redraw them. And maybe that's not the correct gray, but that might just help us to get to the right area of thinking about the design. I also wonder if you had a second of Hoge, if it'd feel like a tail. Like, oh, but maybe it feels too much like a sprout. But it could be cute if you did something like that. For clarity reasons, I think there was just that one thing. So I'd put it here, maybe. I do think you might want to have details that are maybe a little bit more specific also, but I'm only gonna take a half point off. For focal point, I think your head is focal. Your eyes are so big, and there's so much contrast coming from the highlights that I do want to look you in the eye pretty immediately. For silhouette, I think your pigtails were helping your silhouette in a way that was very necessary, but I feel like we could do better still. I feel like there could be something more done to make your silhouette more recognizable. I do have to select these little elements around your shoulders to get a good selection of your silhouette, but... Whoops. Using a layer. I wouldn't say that you're all that recognizable in silhouette. I wish the whiskers were a part of your silhouette, because they're being entirely contained by your hair right now. And if you do switch to the lower pigtails, you might be able to get one whisker into the silhouette, but maybe we just need to exaggerate them even further. Oh, it looks like they do go past the edge of your head, but they should, perhaps, be made just a little bit thicker so they survive, because it seems like this whisker may be all the way out there, and then this one maybe is like out there or something. Here I go redrawing them again. But I think that would help your head to have a little bit more of a recognizable element to it. And if you were to add more accessories, that might help also. Somebody suggested a seal hat, or had suggested just a hat in general, or glasses on top of your head. Those things might help, but your clothing's not adding a ton to your silhouette right now. The pants being chunky is something at least, but the sleeves are so sleek and tight to your arms that they're not adding as much as they could. So maybe some sort of like cross-body bag might be nice to add something to your silhouette a little bit, a hat, any of these things. But I do feel like this is more memorable of a hairstyle, perhaps. Need more fish motifs because the hair clip. I did remove that hair clip, but we could bring that back somewhere. But yeah, fish motifs may be something to bring in to elevate your concept a little bit more. So silhouette, I don't think you're very memorable in silhouette right now, unfortunately. Big messenger bag, yeah, that would be an option. I don't think you're all that memorable in silhouette right now. It's not bad, you're not a blob, but I think we can make you more recognizable. But color palette, I think, is fine. Perhaps. Yay. More fish, more seal-like elements, more things in your silhouette, I think would be the general critiques. I'll draw a ladder test just so that you guys can't have that for bingo. Because that'd be too easy. I'm gonna not draw lines for the things I've added. Which is always hard to remember. Shoulders, chin, whoops, chin. I'm doing this under edits right now. Just turn my edits off, that'd probably be a good idea. Eyes, hairline, top of head, top of hair, top of a hoge. That fish I don't know if is creating enough of its own line. Found a guitar-shaped backpack on eBay yesterday. That's neat. That sounds like a fun character accessory. This ladder is dangerous. You do have some incomplete lines on it. Mostly in the lower body, just from your pants. There's a little bit of clustering around the head. There's a little bit of variety. but I feel like we could make it more dangerous, which maybe is one of the other things we're sort of yearning for in this design. It's just a slightly more dangerous ladder. But I did think that you were a cute and memorable design, and I'm a big fan of the way that you executed your eyes, and the fact that you weren't afraid of making yourself a little bit more animal aligned to lean further into the concept. Oh, Merpus, thank you for following. Sorry, I'm a little late in thanking you, though. I was trying to lock in to get through. Yo, Shroom, what's up? I am not a gal, but sup? I'm doing swell. Hope you were doing swell also. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7.5, 8.5 out of 10, mayhaps? Did we get oh, did we clap for the other designs? I didn't tell you to. I bet you guys did anyway. But make sure we clap for everybody. Good work, Krook! Very cute. Last design's tough act to follow up. I would say every design is a tough act to follow up because every single one that we look at is so fun and unique in its own way that, I mean, they aren't comparable against each other, really, is what I'm getting at. That each one of them is lovely in its own way. And therefore they are all memorable. I feel like our color theme days aren't as helpful when it comes to being in the mindset for coming up with ideas that are as helpful in critique as other days, but it's still fun to see the variety of what is out there. I feel like I've seen more VTuber designs than probably anyone else. We clapped for the last one, believe you me. Thank you. I'm glad I can believe you and me. Next, Gween. Next is Gween. As all of them are today. This is Miss Gizmo. She/her at VMissGizmo. The details are, feel free to give your opinion. I'm now learning how to create VTuber and draw in digital format. Previously, I only drew in physical form. Thanks. Interesting. Background checking. I believe this fella's still around, or at least at the time when I downloaded it, they were. I think. Got jump scared by this one. The face is a little bit scary. The really sharp teeth and big mouth could be a little bit uncanny for some people, so I guess do be warned about that. This fella did not provide me any detail as to what their concept is, but I think we can make some assumptions based on what this character looks like. So they have very sharp teeth, a big mouth, and pointed ears, so I'm gonna guess that they are not human. They are probably some type of fae or elf or, you know, they're, I don't know if they're shorter in stature, but their large head side was making me think maybe they're a gnome or like an orc or something like that, especially the fact that they have really big, long bottom teeth. I think we associate that with orcs sometimes, but they're a fantasy species of creature. And yeah, I was seeing Venus flytrap, which I think is coming from the fact that they have a big, sharp mouth. And these leaves feel a little bit akin to, I feel like the way we see Venus flytrap leaves depicted. But they do have a variety of other flowers too. Yes, the pink stuff is hair. We'll get to that, because I think that's a clarity issue right now, the way it is. And the dress. Yes, the dress does have sharp teeth and is shaped like a semicircle, the way that Venus flytrap mouths, or what do you even call them? That part of the plant. It's not a flower. That appendage of the plant? The way that appendage of the plant is shaped? I feel like the mouth is more focal than the eyes. I would also agree with that. So there's some interesting things happening here. First of all, the proportioning is fun. The proportioning style is interesting. Big, wide hands that are at their widest almost around the elbow. They're big and chunky even down when we get to the fingers, which is very fun. I feel like that's memorable for a silhouette. The hair being so long and square is also kind of interesting for the silhouette. It ends up becoming a framing device for the rest of the outfit, more or less, where we're framing the light-colored shirt, we're framing the brighter-colored skirt also, we're framing the head a little bit too. But I do think we're losing a couple things in clarity. I want them to be an orchid. Poisonous, colorful, sometimes predatory. This is not an orchid, but this is a flower that is almost shaped like an orchid in its stem, although I feel like this may be, what do you call it, a snowdrop? Is that what they are? The ones that bloom very early in the spring, perhaps? That's what they're called, snowdrops. It could be what that is. So, there's a couple of clarity issues that I have first off, which is that we've got some colors that are against areas of similar color. The hair, because of the shading style, is sort of dissolving into a blob. We do need to darken some elements so that we get more depth. This is too dark. Bear with me. Why is my brush not having pressure? Oh, that was weird. I had no pen pressure for a second there. But I'm just gonna fill in the area that's behind the head with a darker color. Theoretically, I've seen in anime styles that just as often they'll fill in the area behind the head with a lighter color as well, because I think that's less high contrast below the face, so sometimes it helps with the focal point a little bit. But I think we just need to see what parts of the hair are behind the body versus in front of the body. Big teeth and candy the best way, yeah. Can find the specific design or explanation on their Twitter. Their real model Sona is different. Interesting. I wonder if they redesigned after submitting, because that is a thing that happens sometimes. We'll critique what we have here before us, but if they would like to resubmit their current design at some point, they are welcome to do so. Fill all this in. So now, do we see how we're adding depth and clarity? Yeah. 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 I would say that that definitely helps. Even if you were to just go like this along the sides of these pieces of hair too, that would help us to read them as being in front of the arms all the more. Yeah. Just notice their irises are exclamation point and question mark. Oh, they are! That's interesting. I wonder what that's about. There's definitely some reason for that. Huh. I'm intrigued. Okay. But yeah, the hair has a fun shape to it, but just needs more clarity, because there's a lot of detail in it. We just can't see it right now. And one of the reasons why I enjoy the hair, despite the fact that it turns the silhouette a little bit into a surfboard, is because it provides a contrast for how sharp some of the aspects of the design itself are. So you've got all these sharp elements at the bottom of the skirt, the teeth are sharp, the fingers are sharp, but the hair provides a contrasting square to that. And there are a lot of round shapes contrasting it as well, which is interesting. Imagine they would toggle between the eyes. Oh, maybe. I do wonder if this might be a live 2D type of display where we can see all of the layers toggled at once, maybe. But yeah, so first mark for clarity is make that clearer. Second, your skin color, especially around your eyes, is too similar in color and value to the pink you've used in the front of your hair. The pink is a nice contrasting color in this design. You're mostly green. Green is a compliment to pink, or more so to a compliment to red, but pink is just light red anyway. So I can see why you went for that, but I do think that you may benefit from inverting this gradient here, so that the pink elements are the ones that are further from your face. Maybe that's what the root of your hair is, because that would help with a secondary contrast problem we're having, which is that I'm losing some of the flowers in your flower crown, and your hair is merging into the leaves a little bit. So let me just modify this a little bit quickly. And then with the pink at the top up here, we'll be able to see the stem and these couple little vines or similar elements that are going across the face here too. Real model is live 2D, so I guess this is 2. Yeah, it might be. I would believe it. Hi, Rusty. Yeah, hang on. Color this in, color that in, color this in, and then turn it off so I can steal the pink and put it up in here. Although I still feel like this may not have the greatest of clarity against the head still, even if I put it in the higher part. You may just want a different pink that's not as similar to your skin tone. But now at least the green provides a buffer between your skin tone and the pink part. Much better clarity here. Much, much clearer clarity. Pitch for them to lean into the orchid concept is in live suggestions. Let's see. Ooh! The color palette is very comparable. Let me screenshot it so I can show everybody. Yoink! Interesting. If you want another floral to add to your concept, this might be a good one. Because, correct me if I'm wrong, aren't orchids also something that grows in a swamp-like climate? Because I think Venus flytraps do too, right? So you could be swamp-themed in your plantage. Maybe, perhaps, maybe. So, next. This green is the exact same as this green. They are just the exact same color. We probably want to push this leaf back because it's behind your head a little bit more. So I'll gradate this out a little bit as it gets further away from your head, but this will help with clarity a little bit as well for this floral. This leaf headband you're wearing does work pretty well for your silhouette though. They're rainforest canopy plants. Oh, am I thinking of the wrong thing? I thought they grew in swamps because there's orchids that are native to the US and we don't have rainforests in the US, I don't think. Blend that out. I'm gonna erase this so I can see it. But there we go. Can we see how that is then helping with clarity here? Alternatively, you could make it lighter and it would probably do the same things. Like if I made it the same color as the other leaves where it's behind the head, that also makes it clearer to tell where the stem is. You might just want to do something different with the color of the flower at the end if you do this. So like maybe this flower then becomes pink. Because I've removed some pink from your design. But that generally reads just a little bit better. All in all. Me living in northern rainforest in North America, I don't have one. Orchids do grow in swamps, famously being quite common in Florida at least. You live in a northern rainforest. Venus flytraps are native to the marshes of the Carolinas and the US, so a forested marshland aesthetic is great. Or using other carnivorous plants in the crown would be also cool. Ooh! Could you imagine, oh, what is it? Rafflesia? Rafflesia? I don't know how to say it. Rafflesia? 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 Those are cool, and I feel like would make an interesting hat. It's the plant that is from the rainforest and smells like rotting meat. These are neat. Another carnivorous plant. The bugs fall in here because it smells like delicious, delectable, decaying, rotten flesh. Rafflesia? Rafflesia? I think? Thank you for your attempt at saving me from pronunciation. Yeah, Pacific Northwest is a rainforest. We have the same dampness, humidity levels, and subsequent soil issues when you take away the trees. Interesting! I didn't know it was classified as that. Although, now that you're saying that, I feel like I have heard somewhere about rainforests that are not tropical rainforests. Rainforests don't have to be tropical. Maybe that's the distinction. We call it Rafflesia? Rafflesia. Amanita, is that you? No. It's not Amanita. Not quite. Once had the intrusive thought of throwing seeds of that around public spaces. That would be truly evil, perhaps. But leaning into a carnivorous plant angle may also be fun. But generally, let me turn off these edits so we can just check the silhouette really quick. Because I should have done that first, and I should always do that first, and yet I never do that first. Meep, meep. Okay, I think that's good. There we go. So as I said, your silhouette does turn a little bit into a surfboard. It's not a carnivorous plant. Is it not? The whole bit, isn't the whole thing about it that it smells like rotting flesh so that things go into it? It's a parasitic flowering plant. Sticky so flies can help it fertilize. Oh, okay. So not carnivorous. Oh. Pitcher plant / orchid shaped. Long and thin pitcher portion, 3 leaves on top. Wait. Really? I know what a pitcher plant looks like, but interesting. I kind of see what you mean. Huh. I wonder if we would want to make the hair just like wider and rounder at the bottom to make that clearer, but that's interesting. The picture I showed was a pitcher orchid. Orchids are also pitcher plants. I'm learning a lot about biology today. I didn't know that they there were orchids that were pitchers too. Intriguing. So if they changed the shape of the top of their hair... Nope, not that. Wrong thing on the clipboard. But to the shape of the orchid that you had sent, that might actually be an incredible move. Because then that would also be a very specific pattern to put in the crown up here too. Carnivorous plant hyperfixation activating today. Thank you guys for helping me. Oh, bye. See you on the diver. Thank you guys for helping me. Of course, I don't know everything. I will admit this freely. And I will say that I don't know that much actually about carnivorous plants. But this might be really fun. I'm just copying and pasting it because it would take me too long to draw it in. But like, can you imagine? Instead, we have this. And this. Oh, this could almost be like shaped like a hat too. If it's behind the head, where your head is almost in like the apex of where the petals are coming from, it'd be a similarly interesting silhouette too. And it might help to balance out some of the, I don't want to say like uncanny or scariness that's happening with the design, but we're balancing it out with just a little bit more rounded shapes, which could be cute, but you don't have to wear it as a hat. You could also, you know, when you draw this, you could draw it with sharper lines where all of this can be sort of like carved down into something that feels just as sharp as your previous elements did. Ah! Erasing too much. It's like you could sharpen that up, you know? I have pitcher plants in my garden, but it's too late to take a reference picture. That's so neat. I don't think that there's any... Well, Shroom Mom is a biologist, and I believe there's bladderworts you can find where not where I live, I don't live in a swamp, but like in the part of the US that I live in on the East Coast, there's bladderworts. Although I guess people were saying that the Venus flytraps are also like an East Coast thing from the Carolinas, which I didn't realize that was where they're from. It's interesting. Remember the botanical anglerfish because of the droopy flower and big mouth. Yeah, it does seem like they're sort of luring something in to eat it, maybe. They're supposed to look friendly and colorful. I don't know about that. I'm not falling for your ploys, random people sending me first-time messages that are getting grabbed by Automod. Who do you think you are? Come a little closer. I'm cute and friendly, chomp. Yeah, that is the read I'm getting from this design. I do think that substituting this for this particular orchid may be fantastic. It would distribute the pink a little bit more effectively, perhaps. Let me turn on my edits again. I can start grading though. So for clarity, you do have a number of details that need to be darker so we can see them against each other. So I gotta put you there. For focal point, your mouth is far more focal than your eyes are right now, because your eyes are the same color as your hair is, which is something that I made worse, but it already wasn't reading super clearly. So I wonder if your eyes would be better off just another dark color. I feel like brown eyes and brown hair is a combo in VTubing that is slept on. And then instead of having red exclamation point in your eyes, you could maybe have like a, I mean, you could still do red, I guess. It would just need to be a brighter red, like that perhaps. But then dark eyes also sort of lean into that uncanny angle, especially if you give them like really bright glossy highlights. But then I think that might help them to stand out just a little bit more. Let me get your question mark back in here. Give you some eye highlights again. Careful, I think your eye highlights were mirrored. Careful, pet peeve alert. What caused them to get hammered? Oh, somebody said something inappropriate and I removed the message because I didn't want to see it. How are we actually in the list at the moment? Still above 800? Yeah, the list just continues on forever. I think we are at above 800, but I've done more than 400 designs at this point, I think, right? Live on stream? What if no eyes, like covered by bangs? Ooh, that could be fun too, with the only part of the face that is visible being the mouth. But yeah, big brown eyes. Do you see how much more focal those are? We can see them through the hair with a lot more clarity. But yeah, alternatively, you could go for the classic VTuber angle of, we're just gonna completely obscure the eyes. People like that. There's a certain allure to that, I have heard. There's a character in... Actually, I don't know what the character is in. There's a yellow and white-haired character? I actually don't know who the character is. But I know that people are a big fan of the fact that that character has their eyes covered. And that was like a thing for, what's his name? Da Capo, even though the normies made a joke out of it. But like this could also lean more into sort of the sinister nature. We can just see like a teeny little bit of the eyes creeping out from under the hair maybe. You could go with even less. Mystery Saja, that's a K-pop Demon Hunters fella. Mystery. People like a little mystery. So like this could be a fun angle too. As I just sort of cover in some more of that. Ooh, that's very sinister. It's like how a face mask can make somebody more attractive, gives the brain just enough of a look to look at, but lets the imagination go wild. Yeah, sometimes people like imagining more than they like actually seeing. Mystery is better than clarity sometimes as far as interest goes, because it makes us want to ask questions. It draws us in because we want to know more. Yeah. Googled the name and a VTuber guy popped up. Googled what name? What? What are you guys talking about? Music playlists? Why are we ewing? What's happening? Did I miss something? What is going on? Oh, Da Capo? Oh, Da Capo. Yeah. Da Capo is a VTuber who has hair covering his face. Yes. Like Ghost from COD. Are people into Ghost from COD? I guess that's not a question I should ask. I guess the answer is always yes. Hang on, we're getting distracted. So, the mouth is very focal, which I think for somebody who is based on a... That was a piranha plant. Venus flytrap? Honestly, isn't the worst. But I do think that the pink shoes are maybe a little bit weird. The fact that they're all entirely pink. I wonder if you could have like a thicker tread on them or something, just to add a little bit more of a neutral down here. Or a lot of the time when you have shoes that are constructed like this, where they're constructed out of like panels essentially, some of the panels will be one color and some will be another color maybe. I've seen this in like moccasins and similarly like structured shoes. I'm not saying this is maybe the exact right color, but I think you need something more neutral down there. Perhaps, maybe. Prefer mackerel. Are we talking about our preferred fish? I happen to like... what fish do I like? Shrimps? But shrimps is bugs. Just saw the teeth in the skirt. Cute. Yeah, the teeth in the skirt is a good move. I think that helps clarify the concept a lot more than other elements do. My other thing that I might suggest is that these squares feel a little bit random right now. If you just made these like subtly leaf-shaped instead of being diamonds, that would go a long ways as to making them feel like they are meant to be here as a part of the design. Like maybe these are leaves that are then scribbled in. And you can give them like a generally diamond shape, but I think that might help unite them with the rest of the design just a little bit. Or if you had, you know, somewhere else where we have a graphic that is sort of loosely rendered, where like if your shirt has like, here's like my like floral design that's on the shirt, and then it's sort of like scribbled in or something, that would provide some unity for that aspect. Just because that rendering style isn't anywhere else in the design, that would help bring it more throughout, perhaps. Crabs are ocean spiders, shrimps are ocean ants. You're probably right. Sea urchins are ocean toothpicks. Sponges are ocean sponges. Not really ocean ants. No, none of these are really that in any way, shape, or form. We're just equating things because they look sort of similar. Shrimp are ocean beetles. They're not communal. Oh, we're getting into it again. What is a shrimp? What is a shrimp, even? What are they? What do they do? Have we ever met a shrimp? I'm getting distracted. So, silhouette. The silhouette is interesting. I feel like we could exaggerate a couple elements to make it more memorable, and you're also very symmetrical for the fact that you're so chaotic reading, and I feel like we could push the asymmetry a little bit more. Like, this character feels like somebody who wouldn't feel out of place wearing their flower crown, like, sort of like on an angle where, like, it's sort of sitting not perfectly straight on the head. It's higher on one side than the other. Maybe some of these little leaves in here could be a little bit bigger. Maybe one of them sticks out off the side of the head on this side, but not the other side. Maybe the leaves are more distinctly different here in the way that they're torn, where, like, you know, this one's torn higher up and the other one was torn sort of lower or something. I think we just need a little bit of something breaking up the symmetry in the outside. I know that a lot of flowers tend to be somewhat symmetrical, but nature hardly allows things to stay symmetrical for very long. They tend to be influenced by the elements of rain and bugs eating things and stuff like that. So you could even say, oh, well, this got nibbled out by one of the bugs I tried to lure in to eat. Or something. Anything you can do to add a couple little spots of asymmetry would go a long way. Because you've got asymmetry just in, like, the pattern on your socks. And your bangs were asymmetrical, but make some of that add to your silhouette a little bit if you can. That would be nice. For your color palette, I think we just need to make sure that there's enough clarity between your hair and your skin and your flower crown. I think that yellow should probably be brighter, just because right now I'm also still just losing it. Like, this might work a little bit better. This is a little better contrast with the green. I think they were kind of too similar in value before. Now it's a brighter value, so it reads a lot more clearly from a distance. Like, Sleeve's making me pedantic today. Hey, you're good. Don't worry about it. Ain't no problem. Caterpillar that got the leaf when they slept. Yeah. You could even put those, like, nibbles somewhere else in the clothing, too, if we want to imply that this is made of leaf or imply that these are made of leaf. That could be fun. But conceptually, I think we're seeing some angles where you could lean harder into the carnivorous. Okay. Carnivorous plant angle. Focal point. It is the face, and I think the mouth being focal is okay. We could make the eyes a little more focal or just totally obscure them, and I think that would benefit the design, but mostly working okay. Color palette. Green and pink are good contrasting colors. The brown is nice and focal for the hair also. Provides a nice neutral contrast for it. I think there's a couple little things about distribution that could be modified, but generally it's working for me. Kind of off topic, but when you're critiquing a character design, how do you go about separating critiques that are personal preference from those that actually improve the design? The rubric. If I didn't have the rubric I have here, I would probably struggle a lot more with separating it. But I have sort of pared character design down into a couple of objective technical elements. That way I can provide unbiased feedback. Because, you know, I do have personal taste. That's why this category exists, so that I can still acknowledge what my personal taste is or when it's coming into play. But generally, whether a color palette works, whether a silhouette is recognizable or not, whether the face is focal, those elements are not really a matter of opinion. There can still be some debate as to, you know, where I would place this on the scale, but generally we can agree whether a silhouette is functional or not, whether a concept is effective or not, or needs more development. So I think that helps us to be as unbiased as we can, yeah, with it. The rubric definitely does help. What do you do if a style or concept is opposite to your taste? How do you revise it without diminishing the client's vision for the character? I would say that my taste is broad enough that I don't think it's ever occurred. I don't think there's ever been a design that goes against my taste in a way that would make it hard for me to provide critique. Because I will say, having worked teaching, I know pretty well how to separate that from my critique. And I know that there are things that, you know, I may not like, but are still effective ways to execute and create art. So I know how to separate those. So I don't think that ever ends up coming into play here. And I just am able to separate those things out of practice. I've been doing critique for over a decade now. Not even the super beep-ist one. While I don't agree with the concept on the basis of not saying that word, I can still tell you if you are reading clearly as a beep-ist or not. Like, I can still provide you objective critique. Are you going through the colors by the rainbow or just by randomly picking one? What do you mean the colors by the rainbow? Do you mean, am I going through the rubric in terms of which color I've picked? No, I just kind of hit them randomly sometimes. I was supposed to do a ladder test and then I didn't also because I'm not letting you guys have that because it's not on my bingo. I'm being mean. Maybe. Did I remember to do a ladder test on the last one? Oh, we can do a prediction today! Wow! No! On a day where I may actually get through more designs than usual. I didn't do a prediction. Oh man. Rip. Caracool Cowboy, thank you for following. I appreciate it. Meanie G. I think they meant the color theme for a critique episode. Oh. No, yeah, I'm not going through them by rainbow. I'm kind of going through them randomly based on which ones I have enough of to do a dedicated critique for at any given time. So we tend to do blue and purple and pink pretty often just because those are popular color palettes or colors, predominant colors, main colors for VTuber designs. But we've hit most of the color wheel, I think. Not all of it, though. Okay, the flower crown gets one. I'd put one at the top there, one here, maybe one here, maybe one here. And that's probably good. We've got some pretty equidistant spacing in a couple of places here. It's a safe ladder. I wouldn't go that far. I don't think it's a particularly safe ladder, but it's not as dangerous as it could be. I think my suggestion to tilt the flower crown would help, and also adding more asymmetry would definitely help here. We don't have a lot of broken rungs. We've got some similar sized gaps in a couple places. We could make it more varied. You're cool? Wow, thanks. I appreciate it. Girls burnt out with them. The sheep are not being nice. I'm sorting their wool. Got an excuse. Gamba addicts forgot. Yeah, we all forgot. I can't believe nobody yelled at me for it, but that's okay. We'll do Gamba next week. Maybe it just wasn't in the cards for us this week. We're gonna relax and be upstanding citizens. Ouch. Thank you for ladder. Who are not participating in Gamba. Tax? What kind of tax do you want? You're trying to make me pay tax? I don't have any taxes to pay. I paid my taxes already. I'm good. I think that's all the points though. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.5, perhaps? I think you've got some interesting things going as far as your concept goes. But I think you could use a little more refining. But good work. Round of applause. Wow, I'm really good at clapping with only one hand. It's a personal skill of mine. That's working. There. Could be more dangerous, but not the most safe ladder. E.g. question. Yeah, that's me. I can answer questions. What's up, Rex? You save that. I think this is the 4th design critique, perhaps? Intrigued to see if you would pick mine someday, and if you'll put purple, or put it in purple or not, because I think it might look like it ain't that much purplish, I think. Theoretically, every design that is submitted will be critiqued someday. Theoretically. So we will get to you. It's just a matter of time, depending on when you submit it. Whether it'll be in the purple folder or not is anyone's guess. I won't answer to that. When you clap against the desk? No, my other hand! My hands clap! It just doesn't track very well for some reason. It only tracks this hand. It doesn't get this hand when I'm clapping a lot of the time. How do you submit? Exclamation point, critique. Maybe post like looking to sponsor for the upcoming charity critique in Discord, because at least the money is spent on an active VTuber. Ah, sure, you could do that, yeah. If somebody is looking for a sponsor, because yes, there will be a charity critique sometime in April or May. I don't have the week for it scheduled quite yet, because I think the details from CBOS are still in the process of coming out. I don't actually know when the start day is. I think April 1st maybe when people can start doing their charity streams for it, but I'm not certain. but it'll be in April or May, guaranteed. So yes, Rex, if you do want to make a thread somewhere, maybe in the advice and critique area, saying, hey, I would like someone to sponsor me, either with their ability to skip the line or with, charity critiques, go for it. What are you disapproving of? This is giving me old pixel art game cover art vibes. Interesting. It does feel fantasy inspired. If I keep resubmitting my designs as I keep making minor changes, does it affect the line? Please, if you're only making minor changes, don't resubmit. If you resubmit like 30 times, it does make it harder for me to comb through and find what the original submission is. Resubmit when you've made major changes. You can resubmit, but please keep it to like major changes. If they're minor things, wait until you've made a couple of them, then resubmit maybe. Just 'cause it does make it harder to filter through and know how many people are actually in line sometimes. You did ask me to eat a snack. There was a snack redeem and a drink redeem, so I will do those things. But let me just read the deets here fast quick first to start. So this is Radio, who uses any pronouns, at Radio Wave Plays. The details given are that I always clarify because sometimes people get it mixed up. I'm a T-Rex. Interesting. Okay. Aha. I see. I see. Takes a handful of fish cracker. Shrewmates, do you want a fish cracker? Shorter arms needed. Just maybe with circumstances where if you did make the arm shorter, I would laugh and say, okay, I see why you're doing that. Is that TOS? Yes, this is a TOS violation. Thank you for pointing it out. I had not noticed. Zooms in on it. Warning, warning, warning. You can't show any underbust. Not permitted. We gotta cut this off like right here, more or less. So you may want some sort of like camisole. Or just some layer in there, perhaps. Twitch, avert your eyes, don't look, no. Fish cracker, Man, I don't think I'm gonna get bingo today. That's sad. I thought I would. Twitch ain't seen anything. No, I'm safe. Twitch will never catch me with their funny little hammers. I can outrun them. And I'm a good little shroom. So, there's some interesting things happening in this design to just sort of look through and point out. So, you are a T-Rex. I would have been more likely to guess dragon or snake, maybe. Because you feel like you're almost a little bit high fantasy aligned. The sharp ears. I was reading this as a distance as being armor, but I think it's actually fabric. But it seems metallic a little bit. You're wearing very dark boots. You've got Mickey Mouse hands pulling up your socks, perhaps. Hard to separate T-Rex from lizards. I would agree with that. And then you have 3 eyes. Why would a T-Rex have 3 eyes? Do T-Rexes have 3 eyes? Is that a thing they have? I don't know. I was just assuming you may be some otherworldly fantasy creature. I think the hints for T-Rex would be the tail, the scales, and the nails. Tail, scale, nails. Look at that, we're rhyming. But I don't know if that's enough to convey that to us. Unfortunate as it may be, I think that dinosaur-themed VTubers work the best when they have bones or elements we associate with like prehistoric times in their designs. Like if you had something that was more directly like leaves, that might work, which I think these are supposed to be referencing leaves or vines, but I don't know if they're going all the way with it. But like those elements might help us. Don't know. Were T-Rexes feathery? The most recent theory, as far as I know, is that they were feathered and juveniles, or as juveniles, but lost their feathers once they reached adulthood. Interesting. Oh, Rex got some detail. Hello, my name is Radio or Scales. I'm your local biologist turned mutant T-Rex. Pleasure to meet everyone, spelled M-E-A-T. Interesting. Outfit's almost giving futuristic with the sleek gray elements. Yeah. I would say this is one of those cases where I would say that your outfit is not giving me T-Rex nor biologist. I feel like they may be more likely to read you as a biologist if you were dressed as like a field biologist, where you're wearing your like waders, or you're wearing your cargo pants, or whatever your outdoor work pants are, with your work boots, because these feel like fashion boots. And they're like little ankle cut off boots. If you were wearing a bag that you're using to hold your equipment, that could help. Bottles could be something. I was thinking D&D style healer with leaves. We do tend to associate bright white colors or lighter toned colors and greens with being healers, because that does tend to be one of the conventions in RPGs often. Ferns were everywhere during the Dino era. This is true. Ferns could be a good motif. Classic lab coat deal. Yeah, lab coat could be great. But I think that the clothing is not helping you to convey much of your concept. Especially the cartoony hands on the socks. They feel a little bit out of place. I think they're modernizing you and adding a humor element that I don't know if aligns with your design's concept all that clearly either. Adding more leaves adds to the more fey vibes. Do you need to have sharp ears as a dinosaur? I don't know that you do. I feel like human-shaped ears may work better, because dinosaurs didn't... I mean, they had ears, but they had ears in the lizard sense, where they just sort of have the ear hole. They don't have an ear in the external sense. I'm trying to figure out anatomy words. Glowy bits don't help. What glowy bits? I'm not sure there's glowy bits, but I think it might just be that the green pops a lot. And I'm wondering if the extra eye is supposed to allude to the fact that you are a mutant, but I think we would understand that just from the fact that you've scales all over, perhaps. Suggestion would always be to add big teeth, but also maybe draw the scientist outfits in the OG Jurassic Park. Oh, like those are kind of like a field biologist outfit, perhaps. Shark. I know why they have sharp ears. They're an Arknights fan. Arknights reptiles have sharp ears. Ah, okay. Wow, Rex is doing some, I don't want to say like forensics work, but Rex is doing some detective work for us. Interesting. Unique hairstyle would help make a T-Rex shape. What do you mean? This is a ponytail. Are you suggesting that we make a ponytail that's like here's a bottom jaw or something, and then here's like the top of the head, here's like an eye socket, and then here's like teeth, and then it like splits or something? So that the back of the hair almost feels like a head or something? This feels like a snake. I'm not looking at what a dinosaur looks like right now, so I don't know. If you told me this is a supervillain who's embodying the ancient dinosaur spirit or something, I'd believe you. Perhaps, yeah, I could see that. Perhaps shifting the green to one of the greens to a different toned green would be good. That might also help. I think this design is struggling with being maybe a little too monochromatic as well, where the green in the hair is the same as the green in the clothing, which is the same as the green in the tail. Some elements being pushed warmer or cooler would probably help a little bit. So like, if we push the hair maybe cooler? I don't know if it matters what goes what direction. Color. That might provide a little bit more interest and variety. Oh, whoops, hang on. I think I can clip this. Yes, I can. There we go. Bam. This does get rid of the highlights having a different green in them. But that does help with clarity a little bit. And honestly, you could probably like go like this for the shadows a little bit too. For parts that are like behind the head and behind the body, and parts that are darker. And then maybe it is a little bit greener in some of the highlights, perhaps. I'm not sure I've made an improvement, but this is adding more variety at the very least. Can we have the way the hair's tied up, like small bones, like a hair stick or pencil bun method? You could maybe. I'm gonna grab the silver that we see elsewhere to do that with. If you're trying to have like an esteemed look, because it does feel like you're trying to go for something that's a little bit fancier, we could make the hair stick feel almost like it's like bedazzled or something if you stippled it in like you did with the other elements. Or you could make it like much more like thin and spindly. Like maybe this is like a rib bone as opposed to being a joint bone. But that might help a little bit. I don't know if this helps, but there's a strong color contrast. When I see reptiles with colors that aren't natural, I think dinosaur. Like if I see an orange-tailed blue spikes on it, I think dinosaur. But mostly toy dinosaur, so it might not work. Yeah, I wonder if that may cause the design to read too much like a dragon, which is like such a hard distinction to make. But let me just see how T-Rexes are usually depicted. Not Trex. Apparently that's a company. T-Rex. They're usually brown, it seems like, in depiction. But like, I feel like this is the type of T-Rex that this design is attempting to emulate. But then we could get some of the spikes and the yellow in the hair in, perhaps. Where like, if the inside of the hair was more yellow. I don't even know if I can make this work properly the way I want it to. Oh wait, I could do it this way maybe. Let's do a little selection lasso. But then we could mimic the underbody of the dragon, the T-Rex being yellow and having stripes, because I feel like we don't often see dragons having stripes so much. Dinosaurs, you could look at Sauron from Spider-Man. There's a character in Spider-Man called Sauron? As a Lord of the Rings fan, I don't know how I feel about that. I'm sure Sauron exists as a name outside of Lord of the Rings, but that is very funny that they have a dinosaur in that that's named the same name as the big bad of Lord of the Rings. There we go. Let's see if I can edit layer, correction layer, hue, saturation, luminosity. Can I get yellow? And I might have to make it brighter. Let's see. Yeah. More saturated, brighter. Haha. I think we're on the right track here. I might even want more of this somewhere. But I think that might help us. It's adding interest, at least, to the color. And maybe, like, we could see it coming, like, through here somewhere, perhaps. Let me clip that, and also... Oh, it's being impacted by the fact that I have another color layer editing things in here, but, like, you know, we could have, like, a couple pieces that aren't sticking together with everything that have that color in them. Might feel a little bit more dino-y. Example in live suggestions. Let's see. Oh, a mad scientist outfit. Interesting, with the buttons going up one side. That's got some fun asymmetry to it. The way that that's closed might work well. I have a feeling that because of the way this is designed, this fella probably wants to have some appeal, should we say? And I fear that going too much into the mad scientist jacket might lose that. So I'm trying to figure out how I could make a chest cutout in that type of jacket. Yeah, heavily altered. Yeah, we gotta figure out how I would heavily alter that to make it so that we could show some assets. A tear maybe from claws, that could be a good idea maybe. Because I feel like showing damage from maybe like the transformation might be good. So like if you have... I'm just gonna fill this in for now. I'm gonna see if I can make like a one bare shoulder look, maybe? So then we don't have to try and figure out how to get both shoulders out. And then like, you know, it's torn through here. You've got your buttons that are sort of like lining, I'm drawing this edge in green, but I don't think it'd be in green. And like, maybe this is a little bit tattered or something. Get rid of my modesty cover, which I don't know where is. Where did I put the layer of the modesty cover? Where is it? Oh, it's right here. Whoops, hang on. I'm just kind of filling everything in right now. Clothing isn't from the same materials as the Hulk's shorts. Translucent mesh, slightly see-through with anatomical patterns on it. Ooh, something semi-transparent could be interesting. Where like maybe it gradates to being sort of not opaque. Make it a V-line cutout, kind of like how I did with my outfit, keeps the asymmetrical lines of the vintage coat. What do you mean? Hang on. Do you mean like having it sit like this? Because, or am I misremembering how the cut of yours is? I'm trying to figure out where I would, but where would the buttons go if I did this? So we could still give like the strong like shoulders on it. Got an idea, because like I guess I could like pull it across like this, and then, you know, if we covered this in, the buttons would be like here then, perhaps? And it seems like with that style of jacket, like elements are more attached to each other than it seems like. So like you could have like buttons that run here and then also down the side there a little bit. Across the top of the V-line like an open shirt. Like this? If it had a collar, I might be able to read it more as being something that feels like it is, hang on. What a scientist might wear, but then a collar is not what that type of shirt would include anyway. T-Rex feet, chest cut out. Oh, like like the, what do you call it? Like the footprint. I've drawn this in the lowest contrast color ever. Open part would have the buttons on the under. Yeah, it would have them on the underside. I'm just trying to feel some things out here, but generally I think what the critique is that you need to modify your outfit so that it conveys some angle of your concept a little bit more clearly. We're trying to find something that would alert us that you are a biologist or that you are involved in the sciences in some capacity. Which can be as simple as an outfit. Let me see. The like stock standard scientist outfit is you're wearing like some kind of maybe like fashionable top under a lab coat, and then you've got like a pencil skirt on or something. Test tube earring. Yeah, test tubes and Erlenmeyer flasks and things like that do tend to be very common in scientist VTubers. I don't know how often biologists are using those tools particularly, but if you have particular tools that would relate to doing biology, maybe a petri dish would be more related, or like slides that you look at under a microscope. Yeah, a proper scientist would make it slay. Yeah, like when I think of like the stock standard scientist outfit, I'm thinking of, I actually have a reference for it somewhere that I had recently. Hang on. Not Agnes Tachyon, not you, girl. Where is it? Can't find it now. Oh, this. This is a character from something, but I don't know what she's a character from. You can make it more slay. This is not as particularly slay, but some kind of top, pencil skirt, big coat on the outside. And you can change what this shirt is really for anything. The jacket is really the only thing that would need to stay because that is the shorthand for scientist. Shorthand is essentially just a single object we can add to a design that makes it abundantly clear what the concept is. Let me close these. Could have a Jurassic Park reference with an amber pendant or necklace. Ooh, that could be a good element also. But I feel like, for what it's worth, what I'm doing is not really all that useful. We're completely redesigning an outfit. I think it is better off for us to give this person the options as to what they could attempt to make this a clearer design. Tough since I rarely see T-Rex VTubers. Yeah, I know. I can only think of one dinosaur VTuber off the top of my head. And that's, actually I don't know what his name is. Redhead. he's FSP's redhead guy. But I think the reason why he reads as a dinosaur is because he has like gashes in his skin that are healed over scars. He's got fur as an element. It's like they make him look a little bit like wilder around the edges, perhaps, and maybe that is what helps him to read as a dinosaur. But I'm being so honest, my aphantasia is aphantasiaing. I can't think of what he looks like. He's like orange. That's the main thing I can think of about him. Seen a lot on Twitter. Okay. But I think the suggestion here would be research. see what fashion you can find that would help clarify those angles of your concept. Why do you have 3 eyes? I don't know if you need 3 eyes. The third eye is a little bit uncanny, perhaps? Tend to lean into Flintstones sort of angle for the clothing. Oh, doesn't fit this girly. Yeah, no. Don't lean Flintstones. Don't lean Flintstones. Maybe a bone or 2 will be fine, but I don't know if you need to do that. The other thing I will say is that if you're going to put scales on the body, make them a solid area of scales, maybe with like 1 or 2 stragglers outside of it, just because the level of detail when you make each its own separated shape is just too much. They don't read very clearly from a distance when you do that, but if you do this and just give a couple of stragglers and then you render these into individual scales, then it tends to work a little bit better. In this case, I've definitely made it harder to read some of these areas just because of my edits, but that'll read more clearly as scale, especially from a distance, because right now they almost read like rhinestones when I'm further away from you, which, given the fact that your outfit is very sparkly, maybe that's not the worst, but I think we could get more clarity out of the scales if they're handled more like this. I'll have to change something so we can see the edge of the shoulder a little bit better, maybe. But yeah, whatever you yabba dabba do not do that. Curious about the hands on the garters. I am also, because that feels like a very specific decision that I don't know if I understand. I have a feeling they may be a joke or a reference to something that I'm just not getting. But if you are attached to those being a part of the design, you may need to repeat them somewhere else. Maybe a hair clip, maybe an element in your belt, maybe your necklace, maybe something. I think you need that to come back. Also, then if we're just talking about color design, just to like segue us into that out of concept, but for color design, I think you were a little bit one note. You were pretty much just silver, green, and you've got one little element of black. In a design, we want to have a clear hierarchy between the colors, where one color makes up about 60% of the design, another color makes up maybe 30%, another color makes up 9%, and a final accent color makes up 1% of the design. In this design, I feel like there is an even 50-50 split between white and green, almost. And then the black is a much smaller proportion, and that's kind of it. Your eyes are blue, but I'm not really reading them very clearly from a distance, and there's such a small point because that blue isn't anywhere else. I think you need to redo your color hierarchy as well. So we were trying to add another color to you by making the inside of your hair yellow. It adds some interest. We were cooling the outside of your hair off as well, so that way your hair wasn't the exact same green as the green in your shirt is. But I think we could push that even further, especially when we take into account... Whoops, not that. I've clicked the wrong slider. Sorry. You've become purple. The fact that you are almost all one value. I think I've made it worse with the hair also, but the value that is being used for your dress, your top, your sleeves, your socks, your skin is all very similar. We could use more variety there. We should have some darker colors, perhaps. You can have a pastel design, but if that's the case, I would change your shoes for sure, and then still maybe make a greater step in difference between maybe what material your socks are or something else on your sleeves. Something, though. But yeah, the hands do remind me of like one of those pointers or like a Mickey Mouse hand. Maybe. Is the values based on grayscale? Yes. We're not having a clarity issue because there's a great enough difference in hue between these elements, but it does make the design feel like a little bit washed out to me, perhaps. The fact that everything is so light and then the shoes are so dark, contrasting it. Like, I almost am drawn to look at the shoes, especially if this character was on a lighter background. The shoes become very focal because they're so dark, and nothing else is approaching that level of darkness. So, different shoe color, maybe. Pick out a color palette that maybe is analogous or is complementary, where maybe you have green as the abundant color, but maybe you've got a couple little small pops of pink or red somewhere for a complementary palette. Or if we're going analogous, you've got yellow in the back of your hair, you've got blue in your eyes, maybe you've got a little bit of purple somewhere even. But I think we just need more variety in the colors. Missed opportunity to have intense amber lizard eyes that ombre orange to red in the third eye. Maybe. Do lizards even have sclera? Because I wonder if a dark sclera moment might also help. I don't think they do. No, they don't. They don't. So you could go for like an entirely amber orange eye. Amber's gonna think we're trying to summon her. I want to make this eye really intense. We could fill the sclera in black if it's too intense, making the entire eye orange. But then you get your like slit reptilian pupil. This feels very intense. Maybe we do need a dark sclera or something just to frame it. But like that could be interesting. The way I've drawn it right now is maybe a little bit more creepy than otherwise. If you spend more time on it, it could be executed better. Some lizards have third eyes on the top of their head. Cup eye reference. Do they have a third eye on the top of their head? Were you talking about their... Is it called an eye? I know that some have an organ on the top of their head that allows them to perceive infrared spectrum, but I didn't know we called it an eye. I only heard about that with snakes, but I'm sure other lizards can do that too. But that's interesting. Maybe that is what that is referencing. I mean, it sees light. Yeah, that's true, but I haven't heard it referred to as an eye. Could have the my eyes more human and the third eye more lizard. Oh yeah, so like maybe this one is still human, but then this is the one that is lizard that's been grown in on here on top of the head. Take a dark color. That's kind of interesting, maybe. Mentioned it earlier as well. Oh, thank you. Sorry I missed it. It's like a lesser evolved eye. Oh, interesting. Okay. But yeah, generally, I can start putting a little bit of grade down here. Color palette. I think we can add more interest to the color palette, as I had gone into depth about before. For silhouette, we didn't really talk about your silhouette. I think that you have a silhouette that is very comparable to a lot of VTubers, which is that your clothing isn't really adding much to your silhouette. Whoa! Whoops! Something got screwy from me putting it in a folder. Whoopsies! Oh, because those things are clipped, that's why. Put this in a folder. Turn it off. Turn that off. My... Oh, what? There we go. But your silhouette is mostly your hair. And that does not allow for your silhouette to be that distinct or recognizable. You have a tail, and you have waist-length hair that is widest at the bottom. It's very smooth around the top. Your ears don't really come into your silhouette at all, and your clothing doesn't really add much to the silhouette either, unfortunately. You are completely symmetrical as well, unfortunately. This should make 4 designs critiqued? No, I believe this makes 5 designs critiqued. This is the 5th one we critiqued. We did the 3 thumbnail fellas, we did the Venus flytrap fella, and now we're on this one. This is pretty common. Yeah, this is a very common silhouette. So I think our critique about changing your fashion will solve a lot of this as well. Just because I think a lot of the reason why your silhouette isn't recognizable is because your clothing isn't adding much to it. Similarly, where did this go? Where did I lose my edit to your hair by putting it in this folder? I swear to God. Oh wait, I might have just toggled it off. I toggled it off. Similarly, there's not a lot of clarity in your hair either. You do have a ponytail, it seems like, but I don't know if I would have realized that based on the design. So you may want to tuck the hair in closer to the head in here somewhere. And then we'd be able to see the ears a little bit more clearly before it goes and like tapers back out, so we can see it hitting like the outer edge of the head. Then we could see an ear, and then we can see it getting wide. Like that might help it to read a little bit more like a ponytail. Honestly, it looks kind of funny the way I've done it right now, so I don't know if this is even the solution. I'm making your bullet head situation worse, unfortunately. right now, which may just mean that your hairstyle could use some reinventing also. Tune in to find out if EG can do both. Do a 6 crit in half an hour. Maybe. Maybe I can. But, silhouette. When you choose new clothing items that reflect your concept a little bit better, choose ones that add to your silhouette, that actively contribute, and ones that maybe have a little bit of asymmetry to them. Perhaps. So I'm gonna put you here. You almost have bullet head, and your silhouette is not being supported by most of the rest of your clothing. For complexity versus clarity, I would say you feel under-detailed, but I just feel like the design is maybe just underdeveloped as far as the concept angle goes, and that's why it's happening. You have a couple little bits of frill that repeat, but the clothing doesn't feel that specific. So that's the other reason why I'm suggesting the fashion research. For focal point, on a light background, your shoes become the focal point. On a dark background, your head becomes somewhat focal, but your shoes are distracting enough that I don't think I can give you full points. And then for concept and motif, I think we can really push the dinosaur and biologist angles a lot further. I don't know if I was necessarily getting either of them clearly, and they both seem to be important to you. So I think we can bring that out a little bit more. Add some bones maybe, add some patterning like the dinosaurs have, make your third eye a little bit more dinosaur-like. Sharper teeth might help also. Maybe your shoes need to have claws on them, the way that your nails do. But there's a lot of opportunities here for you to push this design. We really want you to push it to the limit, because we're in it to win it, oh yeah, in the wise words of Jump In from Disney Channel. But I believe you can really take this the extra mile. Right now you have 1, 2, 3.5, 4 out of 10, but I think this is just because this design needs a couple more iterations. I think this is like iteration 1 or 2, and we should take this design to iteration 4 or 5 or 6. I won't say the next number, but we can push it further. More iterations. Develop on it further. Rex caused the 0.5? What do you mean Rex caused the 0.5? Did I miscount? 1, 2. Oh wait, I did miscount. 1, 2, 3, 4.5. Sorry, I removed a half point for you. Thank you, Rex. I don't know if that's what you were saying, but I did count wrong. Bam, there we go. Can we get a round of applause, please? Watch me attempt to clap with a handful of goldfish crackers I still haven't eaten. I have all these goldfish crackers in my hand that I didn't eat. Oh wait, do I even have another one prepared? I might have to prepare another one real quick. I don't think I've gotten to... I don't know if I have a 6th one. Put them in your mouth and clap. Ow! I can't feel it. It's so bad. Oh! Leave me alone. Well, that mushroom crunch in my mouth is so dry. Ow! I'm not gonna choke, don't worry. I could never, I'm too skilled. Where's the final design? Why don't I have it? Are you all laughing at me? I did suffer a little bit. That was definitely more fish crackers than I should have put in my mouth. Why is Google Translate trying to translate a clapping emoji? Or not Google Translate, whatever nonsense YouTube is doing, YouTube Translate. Why are they doing that? Hey. Why are you torturing me? Why are you hitting me while I'm already down, choking on fish crackers? Don't do that. Not nice, not kind. You get to look at me. I'm gonna sit right here until I find this person because for some reason, think I accidentally didn't save when I closed this one. Whoops. YouTube Translate is Google Translate. Yeah, I know they're owned by Google. I know they're owned by Google. But I feel like Google Translate works better than that did. Perhaps. Maybe. I gotta quickly reformat this one. Hang on. I'll come down here so you can see it at least while I'm reformatting. Ow! Yumi Flu, thank you for following. I appreciate it. Here, watch and wonder as I set this one up. I had this one prepared earlier, but I think I accidentally closed it without saving it. As I do sometimes. I'm just a shroom. I make mistakes. Everybody makes mistakes. Everybody has those days. Speaking of Hannah Montana earlier. Yep, there we go. This is Looney Patoonie. If I spelled this right, yes. Looney Patoonie. Their pronouns are she, her. And you can find her at Hari Mata. Ow. Bam. Means courage on their skirt. Interesting. Okay. I'm gonna guess this may relate to their concept in some capacity. Love an oversized shirt jacket dress. Yeah. I would love it if you could see it, which you can now. Unbold, wrap text, text mole, bigger. E-G, ooh-wee. I wonder if I could use my Utah model to sing that song. I wonder if they have a VCV file for it. It's English, so odds are not fantastic. I bet there's like an air parsing or R parsing or however you say it, or maybe a VCCV for it. Twitter doesn't exist. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh no. Oh god. Maybe we'll prepare a different one. Hatsune Iji. Yes, I am Hatsune Iji. Let's see, do they exist? Funny that I have this fella in the green folder also because I feel like their outfit is mostly not green. Oh yeah, no Twitter. Are they on Blue Sky maybe? Perhaps? Nothing? Uh-oh. No! My fine fella, we may not be critiquing you today because you don't exist. Nothing on Blue Sky. No! But see, this is why I feel bad, because that fella who we critiqued earlier, who we couldn't find their socials from, is still around. They just haven't debuted yet. And I would have been so sad if we didn't get to critique that one. Or at least look at it. Vtuber birthdays. Yeah, none of this is related. No! They participated in Art Fight 2024 and don't have any more socials. Dang it! Harry Mata Tau! I am so sorry. I will be removing you. No! Maybe that's why I deleted it. Past EG. Well, we'll pull another one, I guess. Let's see. Who's next in the folder? Let's see if you're real. This is the next fella in the folder. Nothing on Tumblr as well. Oh no! I hope you're doing okay out there, fella. If you're still out there, you can let us know and we can do your critique at that point. But let's see if we can find somebody who's active. Let me find this one. This one. We'll look for them first before I do the write-up for them. Jump down, please. Oh no, I think this person was definitely around. Let's see, let's find out. Rokikopu? Not very active at the moment. July 2024, November 2024. No! It appears this person is not active anymore either. If you're in stream, start spamming that it's you. Yeah, please. Okay, so it seems like this person is active on Tumblr as of the fall of 2025. So this person is still around in some capacity. Within the last year. So we can still do the critique. But they are not active on Twitter any longer. So I'll still set this up for them because they are still around. They still exist. I found them. I don't know if this is their current persona, but they're around. So this is Rokikibo. Pronouns are he/him. And that is the same as, the name is the same as the for on Tumblr. My brain forgot things. Oh, welcome back for 7 months. Welcome back. I hope you've enjoyed your rotation, and I hope you enjoy continuing to rotate. Oh, Shadow Pizza, thank you for following too. I appreciate it. Fall 2025 is still like half a year ago. Yeah, but we tend to honor if it's been less than a year since they were inactive, because sometimes things happen. Sometimes you go dormant for a little while. That happened to me before I debuted. I went dormant for like 6 months before I started streaming, where I hadn't posted a video. There were a lot of things I hadn't done in a minute, but I was still around. I still existed. I was still out there. I was just too busy with other things to focus on VTubing. Because for a lot of people, VTubing is not a full-time. So I feel like if it extends beyond a year, then yeah, it's reasonable for us to remove them because they may just have abandoned the account at that point. But they're still around somewhere. Blue Sky's March 2025, so more than a year inactive. Streamed 4 months ago, so they are somewhat active. Their Tumblr was active 4 months ago, also. So they're somewhere. They may be out there. There we go. So we'll run with it. We'll sally forth. We got 20 minutes. We'll do the best we can with the time we got. Rokikibo, he/him at Rokikubo. Did I make a misspelling? I did make a misspelling. Whoops. That should be a U. There we go. So, the basic theme for my design is Menhera Frog Boy. Oh, 2 frogs today. He's just me, but anime. Only actual lore is that he is a princess of a chaotic kingdom. Yes, he's a male princess. Hell yeah, power to him. Some inspirations are Tree Frog, Spring Core, and the Riddler. The Riddler, really? Okay. Biggest thing I've been struggling with is colors. Where to put them, and also where to put the bright colors. Interesting. Okay. I think you're already doing the thing we suggested to somebody else, which is having frog eyes in your hair. That's so funny. I love that for you. You know what I would also love? This may be too silly, but I feel like it may fit for you. Have you ever seen when fellas will have like one piece of hair that's doing something funny across the front? You could have one light colored hair in here, and it would read like a smiley. And I feel like it'd be very cute. Coaxia, thank you for following. I appreciate it. So then, like, if this was outlined in the black, like that. Now it's hair, but now your frog has a smiley face. Isn't that so cute? Is that not super duper cute? I feel like that'd be very cute. And that would also make it much clearer that these are eyes, too. In a frog-like sense, right? I want their bangs to be curved up like Betty Page bangs and a big frog smile. What do you mean? Betty Page? I'm Googling this person. Oh, I see what you mean. I see what you mean. Oh, interesting. Maybe they could go that angle. The jacket being water-themed is interesting. The lily pads being placed on top of it. That's fun for asymmetry's sake. The fact that you've gone for like a baggy sleeve makes me want to push you to make it even baggier. Because I feel like a lot of the elements in this design are similar in width. Your pants are similar in width, and they're very square. They're the same width at the top as they're at the bottom. Same with your legs, kind of same with your shoes, similar with your sleeves. Chunk it up. Exaggerate. You could even make your hood like super huge if you want to. Just for fun. But I feel like having more exaggeration in the width of a couple items would benefit you, perhaps. Not Google giving me Betty Page mugshot. No! Which face is the real face? Which face is the faux one meant to fend off predators? That's a good question. Always gotta be prepared, though. Be prepared to stay safe. Have multiple eyes at the ready at any point in time. That's what my sunglasses are for. They defend me from predators. Also, my false eyes that are on my cap that people think look like bird eyes. I've had a couple people tell me they thought I was a bird. If I'm like down too low, if I'm like looking down. I'm not a bird, I promise, I swear. I'm like 19 different animals though, it seems like. So, okay. Exaggerate a couple of elements. I'm gonna do a classic EG move and say that for the proportioning style you're using, you could make your shoes way bigger and it'd be kind of fun. Make them chunky! Chunk the shoes off a little bit! I'm not gonna do the greatest job of doing it probably right now, but I'm gonna try. I screwed up the settings of my, tool that I'm using here, so it's gonna be a little bit funky, but bear with me. But bigger, chunkier shoes for a fellow who's kind of chibi might be kind of nice. I've done them so asymmetrically. I could have used a symmetry modifier, or not a symmetry modifier, a symmetry tool, but I have not, and that's okay. Hi, Twitch TV username. Odd question. What are your thoughts on people dating AI? Not smart, don't do it. Those are my thoughts. You are harming yourself and the environment at the same time. Not a good plan. That's it. Chunkier. Chunkier. Yeah, Kingdom Heartsify your shoes a little bit. Because funny enough, I thought you had something going on Kingdom Hearts related in this design. And I was hoping I'd read it and find out that was an inspiration. Because water on a shoreline, orange shorts, big shoes, something about being a princess, Princess of Heart, something. Maybe I was just misreading things, but I feel like Kingdom Hearts would have been a funny point of reference for this design. If you'd use a bird, that'd be a zebra finch. I would love to be a zebra finch! Also, especially because zebra finches are a species of bird that exhibits non-traditional gender/sex distinction. As humans, we love to be like, yeah, these birds, they're male and female. But sometimes there are structures that go beyond male and female in creatures. We're sort of applying our way of living to the rest of the animal kingdom when that's not always an accurate thing to do. And zebra finches specifically have like a third role, essentially. I did some research on this when I was in college. And also, zebra finches can also have what is called bilateral gynandromorphy, where if you've ever seen like the lobsters that are half blue and half orange, or butterflies that have one wing that is one color pattern and a wing that's a different color pattern, zebra finches can have that too, which is really cool. That's cool. I was looking for similar colors. Yeah. You've triggered EG knows a little bit about this topic. Yeah. But yeah, I'm just exaggerating some elements because I feel like for this proportion style and for all the big clear shapes, the flat shading style, or minimal shading in general, it would make sense to have some of these elements just be a little bit more exaggerated. It'll make the silhouette more distinct and recognizable as well. Similarly, I might say to exaggerate these things too. Most of your elements in this design are one size and one width, and they don't taper very much. So allowing something to taper could be a good step here, where like maybe these elements are wider where they're lower, because this is like a branch of something. It looks like it's part of a tree or a vine. And like that will feel a little bit more natural than when they're all one width, perhaps. Yeah, patch on the shorts maybe. That might be a cute thing to add. You already have a lot of patches on your shirt, but maybe one of your little patches here is also on your pants. Maybe you've got one of your lily pads hanging out somewhere down here too. Or maybe you have one of these things. That's not a star. Hang on, it's like a flower. Over here too. But that could be good for variety. A princess crown though, like in pink. Oh, that'd be funny. I wonder if we could make like a little princess crown that just kind of looks like a water lily on top of the head, where it could be red either way. Let me figure out how I would draw that. Like, it's pink at the tip, white at the bottom, sort of shaped like this. I have to like gradate it in and then put it behind the hair, but you know what I mean? I feel like that would be cute. Good overlap. I'm missing a word. What is the word I'm looking for? What is the word that I usually use to describe when you can combine two motifs into something because they have similar shape language? Why can't I think of the word right now? I'm a fraud. I'm a fake. Stay away from gold, not develop a Kingdom Hearts. Fair. What is the word I'm looking for? Congruent design. Congruent design. Phony. Sorry, I'm not a phony or a fake or a fraud. I'm just having a bad time with memory right now, right this second. Congruent design. You can make a lotus look like a little crown, and that might be very cute. Pare down. That's a different phrase I use. Leaves in the belt could be chunkier. We can honestly chunk the belt leaves up a little bit more still, too. So those were generally just like a little bit of nudging around that I was doing for silhouette reasons and for making the shapes feel like they have a little bit more of a natural flow to them. So I will put that grade down first in complexity versus clarity. I think you can push some of your shapes a little bit more. Actually, technically that's in silhouette. Push your shapes more. But your hair and your bracelet and your jacket being asymmetrical do add nice things to your silhouette. We can just make them a little stronger. For focal point. Shermate, what's the focal point here? I didn't change it. What is the focal point, even without my edits? What is the focal point? Smiles at you. Shorts. Yeah. I definitely think the shorts are very focal. Red is a high chroma color. This is also probably the most saturated element in the whole design. And this fella did mention they were struggling with placing bright colors. Rule of thumb, generally, put your bright colors around the head if you're gonna put them somewhere. I think these shorts would benefit from being a neutral if we were to make them brown instead of orange. We could also put something orange around your head, but these are still just way, 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 way too bright. They're just too saturated. So let me turn this back on. I'm going to add a like gray multiply layer just to see if I can actually wait, I'm not going to do that. I lied. I'm going to go like this and grab these elements and hue value slide them around a little bit to see if I can get a color that works a little bit better. Like we could maybe leave the drawstring on the shorts that color and it'd be okay, but we just need to not have so much of it happening here. Okay, layer, new correction layer, hue, saturation, luminosity, saturation down, luminosity down. Actually saturation may have to go back up a little bit. I'm trying to push them into like a brown maybe, but I don't want something that feels like icky. Red isn't very nice. I don't know how I feel about this edit here. Orange fly decal on the glasses. Oh, that'd be cute. That might be cute. I'm trying to see if I can find like a neutral that I could make the shorts, because like I don't want to make them black. I feel like there might be like a khaki color they could be. That might work. Like that's not bad. Khaki, the color you're looking for is khaki. Yeah, I'm looking for khaki. Don't know if this is achieving khaki quite the way I might want it to, but make your shorts a neutral because then it makes your eyes and your head much more focal. The orange on your shoes then becomes sort of secondarily distracting afterwards. So if, as somebody had suggested, you add like some sort of like little fly or something on your glasses, that might be a cute way of getting that color somewhere else. I made your shoes much more distracting by making them, the laces on them bigger. The laces probably don't have to be quite that big, or alternatively, maybe the laces could be like blue or something, so it's a color we already have in a large amount somewhere else in the design. You can leave the tread red because that would be like that 1% of the design gets to stay red situation. But now that I'm sort of doing it, I feel like the blue might just be better to replace the red in a lot of areas, just to make your face a little bit more focal. Jacket and pants reads summer, which makes sense for a frog that swims, but the belt reads as Christmas. It does read a little bit randomly. I'm wondering what that is a reference to, because, you know, we've got lily pads, we've got an ocean with like a pool-like rippling texture on it. The arm is bandaged up. I get that you're supposed to have a little bit of a Menhera angle, but I don't really know if that's particularly coming across either. You've got a bandaged knee and a bandaged arm. So maybe I can see a little bit of a hint towards it. Bandage on your face too, dark eye bags. But what are these referencing? I wonder if there may be like a vine or something else we could replace them with. Because I think the reason you're saying that is because I read like garland right now. What other types of things could we have that grows in the water? Maybe like a kelp instead? Or like a seaweed or something for the belt? Might be a better option. Is it moss? You know, it does look a little bit like, oh, what is it called? Is it sphagnum moss? There's a moss that is like really dense and has like longer, like taller columns to it. Maybe that's what it is? Is their bomb an accessory, or is their bomb accessory a frog that pops up and squeaks? It probably is. I didn't realize it was a frog, but you're right, it is a frog. It's so cute. Oh, we've been raided. Hi, welcome in, raiders. Belsuiren, how are you? Welcome in. Blef raid. Wait, are you also doing frogs? Frog raid. We're looking at a frog right now. Crazy. We've looked at a couple frogs today. Hi, how are you? How was your stream? What were you up to? It seems like you may have been playing golf and or making art recently, perhaps? Sure, mates, could you rotate for the raiders, please? Actually, well, you know, it might be nicer to welcome them in with some frog blinking, perhaps. We could frog blink at the raiders also, since they are frogs. No! Terrible and evil and cruel. Ad break. How could you do this to me? How could you do this to me? Twitch, how could you do this? Twitch, why do you do this to me? Twitch, you're so evil and mean and cruel and rude. Twitch, come on. Why? Twitch, why? Why? You're earning ad money from raiders. No, not my intent. I don't want to. Raiders, I'm so sorry. Why does this always happen? Cheeseburger, thank you for following. I'll thank you again when the ad ends. I don't know why they do this to me. It's so mean. Mean and cruel. They're supposed to postpone it because they're supposed to detect when you have like a high engagement moment, I say in air quotes, and they're supposed to postpone the ad until after, and they didn't. How rude. How unkind. Come on. Come on, you can't do this to me. Don't do this to me. Well, I guess I'll hang out. Do we have anything else that we were going to critique here? So I can at least place my grade for the focal point in the meantime, which is that it's really not the face, unfortunately. Oh, are you back? Hello? Hi! I had golf with friends collab, then did a portfolio build. Ooh! Can we see? Can we see? What do you mean portfolio build? What are you working on? Can we see? Would you care to pay art tax, mayhaps? Maybe? We do art tax around here, where if you would like, you can send us an image of what you were working on, and we can snoop a little bit if you would be okay with that. You don't have to. Please don't feel pressured. But if you would like to, we'd be interested to see. Mayhaps. As you can see, the roommates may be excited to have a little bit of tax. Left suggestions for a picture of the exact frog the bomb looks like. I think it's the frog that was sent earlier. Also sent us a frog too, but it could also be the desert frog that screams too. Perhaps. Is what it's referencing. Yeah. Maybe. Not to reply to stuff, but the thing about the eyes is really interesting. Doing mapping for the website? Sadly, no graphics yet. But like, we can... Does it look like anything? We can still see graphing. That's still hard work that you did, probably in some sort of artistic sense, right? Designing websites is still graphic design, maybe. I mean, you don't have to share it. If it's not ready, you don't have to. But I'm just curious. We've looked at web design before that people had done. I think it was... Oh, who was it? Someone rated us a long time ago where they were trying to like 3D model something in web dev, which was wild. It was very interesting to see. But if you or your fellows need to eat or drink or snork me, please take care of yourself. If you want to stick around and hang out, you're welcome to do so. But please prioritize looking after yourself. It's okay. Hold on, let me send something. I made a mood board as well. Okay, yeah, sure. Okay. I'm waiting. If you send me a link, I will get it. Moobot may not like it, but that's Moobot's problem. I will still be able to access it. Color palette. Yeah, bright colors, put them around the head instead of in the lower body. It's where you've located them that doesn't work for the colors. I do have to finish up my critique here though, so I'll finish this up while you send that. Mood board, love those. I love me a mood board. Mood boards are good planning. The shoes are focal now, but I think it's because we need something of this orange in the upper body then. I wonder if the glasses should be red instead of pink, or maybe gold instead of pink perhaps. But we just need to redistribute the colors is what the issue is. For complexity versus clarity, I think the level of detail is fine. I think some of the details could be more specific. This bracelet reads like a pull floaty to me, which I don't know if that's what you wanted. I think it might just be a bangle, but that might be something you could play with. The use of patches on the jacket that are physically lily pads is clever and cute. I'm gonna guess that the necklaces maybe are a reference to the Riddler. I'm not really sure what elements are Riddler-esque. What does the Riddler look like? His like calling card was leaving like smiley faces, right? Oh wait, nope, totally misremembering. Never mind. I'm thinking of an entirely different guy. I think I'm thinking of someone else. This is an interesting outfit. Maybe the hair color? The Riddler seems to be a redhead who wears clothing that has question marks on it. The calling card is question marks. It seems to be. Which I don't know if it's coming across. Maybe just the green is coming from the Riddler? Interesting. How much influence do you want to take from the Riddler? His clothes are the same green. Seems like he usually wears suits. Interesting. Huh. Rainbow hair, I guess? I don't know. Intriguing. What an interesting reference point. The Riddler. Struggling with his colors. Maybe the more recent Riddler, the edgy instead of silly one. Not sure they would play in either. Yeah, I don't know. Cause yeah, the Batman like movie Riddler is like darker greens and has like a more like, I don't want to say like industrial urban, but kind of like style. Interesting. Maybe just like the silly angle of playing pranks, perhaps? With the bomb frog? I don't know. My question for you would be, what do you want that to be doing in the design? Do you want that to be readable to a viewer? Because that might be important. I don't know if we're getting that from the concept. But conceptually, we get the frog angle from your eyes. We can make that clearer. If you want the Menhera angle to be clearer, I think you could push that a little bit more too. That's a sensitive subject though. We've talked about Menhera style designs before. A lot of the things associated with Menhera are related to injury or medication, or like knives or razors and things like that. This design seems very friendly. In contrast to that though. So if you wanted to come across a little bit more, there may be some things you could do with restyling the necklace to feel like it's made out of like pills, or you know, you've got a couple of injuries, but maybe they could become a larger part of the design. But at the same time, I always feel weird making those kinds of suggestions because I don't it's hard to interface with that concept, because I know Menhera is sort of supposed to be pointing out mental health instead of hiding it, which is, you know, one of those things that was not so great in Japanese society, was hiding mental health issues. So Menhera was supposed to put them on display. Wasn't meant to be romanticizing it so much as showing the reality of what that can look like. But as a result, like, it does end up leaning into like elements of self-harm in the imagery, and it's a touchy subject for how you would want to interpret that in a design, perhaps. But I do think that there could be elements that could be added or modified to make that clearer. Oh, here it is. Not much, but I had a lot of notes. Ooh, let me see some notes. Let's see. Whoa! Can I copy the image? Let's see if I can. It like sent it to me at a huge scale. There we go. Here's our notes. Here's our art tax roommates. Portfolio website draft. So this is the, I guess, the page layout system, perhaps, where we've got the onboarding, video introduction, going into a transition animation, landing page, frog animation, hop in, frogs, about section with a small section for scroll section for resume, skills, program, story, fun facts. A section for works with a scroll section for concept art, character design. Ooh, are you a character designer? I'm also a character designer. Very interesting. Demo reel, storyboard stuff. Secret section with password for NDA works, unseen works. Interesting. I've been trying to figure out how to add one of these to my website also. Want to be a character designer? You can do it! You got this! You can do it! Just call yourself a character designer and you are one. But if you're looking for work in character design, I wish you good luck out there. You can do it. And there's an area for contacts. And then these are some of the reference images. Ooh, I love how graphic some of these are. Lots of flat colors, a couple gradients. Very spring-like color palette. It's fun. I'll be excited to see how this turns out. I wish you good luck. Are you programming it yourself or are you using like a website builder? Recently got an offer? Ooh, good, exciting. Oh my God, getting an offer? That's already fantastic. Hell yeah. The hardest part is getting some sometimes, so I'm excited for you. Yay. But yeah, color palette is cute. I'm excited for you. Good luck with getting your website put together. Might use Framer and Rye for the animations. Okay, neat. Intriguing. I wish you good luck out there. Thank you for stopping by and dropping your fellas off with us. Thank you for sharing also your work with us. Shrewmate, say thank you. Please, Shrewmate, say thank you. Shrewmate, say thank you for delicious, delectable mood board. I'm feeling in a boarded mood. I'm not bored, I'm lying. That would be, that came out and it sounded almost like a mean thing. I'm just making a silly joke. Yeah, we can wish them good luck also. Good luck! I hope you get more offers! But, generally, to wrap us up on this design, because it is 6 p.m., 4, complexity versus clarity. There's a lot of details, and I think some of the details are specific to the design in a way that is interesting. I would say this design is memorable to me, but I do think that my critiques for making sure there's greater variety in the width of elements, that we're tapering some things, would come out of this category partially as much as it came out of silhouette, because it was causing a lot of details to be on a similar scale where we could have a greater variety in detail scale. So I might put you like here. Can you tell I'm drawing with my mouse because my circles are very wobbly, wonky right now? I don't know why I'm doing that. But what is this? 3, 4, 5.5 out of 10? I think we just need a little more development in a couple of areas. As you were saying with the colors, go for a neutral around the waist and any bright colors more so around the head, perhaps. That'd be my recommendation about colors. But good work. Rex, you've redeemed a snack for me. My snack is gonna be my dinner. I'm gonna go heat up egg foo young I have, and I'm gonna eat that. That's my snack. My snack is E.G. goes for dinner time, because it is 6:05 p.m. Dinner snack, the biggest snack of them all. Hi, Noctis. Hi, Motor. Hello. Hello and farewell. I am wrapping us up. But we did get through 6 designs today. Oh, I just overwrote the PNG. Whoops. Whoopsie. Whoops. That'll be okay. What can you do? Man, we didn't even Gamba and I got through 6 today. Man, this would have pulled my average up. My average for crits this year is not going to be great, I feel like. I feel like it's going to be 5, whereas previous years was 6. But it's still young. The year is still young. We're not even a quarter of the way through yet. I can bring it back. I can bring it back up. I don't think I got bingo, which is also really sad. I did make shoes bigger. I did not give bonus points for art style. That was the only bonus point I didn't give today. No food theme. No heart motif. This did have a royalty concept because they were a princess, but that doesn't actually get me any closer to bingo because we didn't have an off-the-shoulder jacket. I did ask for more exaggeration. Frogs are not food. I would not qualify them that way. If they're presenting it as like frog legs, the delicacy to be eaten, maybe, but not when they're a living, breathing frog. No. Did not really. It wasn't a blob silhouette so much as a non-distinct silhouette. Yep, nope, no bingo for me, and nobody gets any payout because I forgot to Gamba. We'll remember Gamba next week, but anyways, that'll probably about do it for me today. Come back Wednesday for the face reveal. I'm ripping that band-aid off. Why not? You forgot the ladder? Oh, no. Remember all of them. I forgot the ladder, only the last one. I did 5 ladders and then I forgot the 6th ladder. Oh, I thought I had it. Oh, I wish you could see me dragging my hands down my face right now because it's not tracking them, but you gotta be kidding me. You gotta be kidding me. Miraku was chomping to bits. You were on the edge of your seat waiting for me to forget it. Oh my god, I can't believe I gave that to you. I really thought I wouldn't. I gotta do better next week. I gotta do better next week. I'm not gonna forget a single one next week, and I'm gonna say it right here, right now. I'm manifesting it. I will not forget any. Believe me, you. Believe you me. I will not forget. AJ's taking off the Hannah Montana wig on Wednesday. Yeah. Wouldn't that be funny if all it was I just took my hair off and was like, yeah, when I'm bald, that's just me. That's what I look like. But yeah, Wednesday will be interesting for sure. We're gonna play a little bit of games because I feel like that'll be distracting enough of an event that trying to do something else may not work out. It may end up being mostly just chatting. We'll see. We'll see how I'm feeling with that whole thing going on. Friday, we're doing something. What are we doing Friday? Oh, the Of the Lamb game. The beep of the Lamb game. We're playing that game Friday. So games with webcam for Wednesday. Yes, that is the aim. Minecraft or Roblox for Wednesday? Neither. You'll see. You'll see. I think I have a plan. I'm still figuring it out. It's odd. We'll see. You'll see. Your hair is a Perry the Platypus-esque disguise. Yeah. Random mushroom? E.g. the mushroom? E.g. the fungi? 3D? Squeiji the 3D? I'm trying to think of a format for Perry the Platypus. Which is funny that the part they add to Perry's name is just the animal he is. A platypus? Perry the Platypus? A fungi? E.g. the fungi? What made you decide on Wednesday? We'll talk about it on Wednesday. We'll talk Wednesday. I have to go for my dinner. We'll talk. You'll see. How long have I... Oh, they're there. My closed captions. I was worried. They looked like they vanished for a minute. But, yeah. I will see you Wednesday. Bye. YouTube streammates, I can't send you away, but thank you for hanging out. Bye. Stream you later. Farewell. Bye. Screw you and your cliffhangers. Well, you'll just have to come back on Wednesday now, won't you? I'm so annoying, aren't I? Bye, YouTube. Let's see, where can we